This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Doctors are leaving or have left Cheyenne Regional Medical Center over what they're calling ethical reasons and horrible staffing issues. One cardiac surgeon told Cowboy State Daily's Justin George that there are, quote, unethical things going on, adding that the hospital staff is not telling families the real truth. The president of the Cheyenne Regional Medical Center Board of Trustees, however, said the complaints were made by a vocal minority.
Doctors, nurses, and others were saying that there were all sorts of problems going on, especially staffing issues, safety lapses, procedural problems. They had said that none of it was being addressed, and that was becoming problematic. One doctor we spoke to said patients weren't being told that complications had sort of stemmed from those issues. Some of those problems were either being held or shielded away from them, and that caused him to leave, actually.
Although trustees gave CEO Tim Thornell a unanimous vote of full confidence after interviewing or meeting with current and former hospital employees, the board has acknowledged some of the issues raised and said more attention would be directed toward recruitment and retention of doctors, improving the culture surrounding safety and quality incident reporting, and making sure contractors meet patient care standards. A semicircle of federal agents and officers met Thursday in a fenced lot before neither the sun nor Casper's signature wind had a chance to rise. It was 10 minutes until 4 a.m., and the 4 U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers based in the central Wyoming town, along with 4 other federal agents, were preparing for a day of watching, waiting, and apprehending illegal aliens. And in the agency's first ever media ride-along in Wyoming, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was there for it all.
I had been discussing doing a ride along with ICE for months because they're high interest right now. And so when I was invited to do what multiple ICE personnel are recalling as the only Wyoming ride along that they know of in their tenures, I was instantly a yes. So they took me and Mike McCrimmon, my videographer, to the federal facility in Casper, where a semicircle of Homeland Security Investigations Special Agents and ICE enforcement officers gathered to get their briefing, some of them learning of the targets pretty much for the first time, who they were going after that day. The most shocking part was when the HSI special agent walked in with a box full of meth, and he was like, look at this. And then he gave us a whole presentation about how they nabbed the meth and arrested someone, and how they think someone with ties to Mexico is orchestrating those boxes, and they're on the lookout for that person.
4 ICE enforcement officers are too few for this region, according to the leader of the Casper agents. More help is on the way, but new recruits face a roughly 18-month training, background check, and preparation process. The agency is expanding its footprint throughout Wyoming in other ways, which includes tentative plans to build a facility in Rock Springs. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
A grizzly bear was captured and killed in Yellowstone National Park this week after becoming too used to human food. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the 11-year-old male grizzly had repeatedly sought out human food, turning over several bear-proof dumpsters and bear-resistant trash cans in several different areas of the park between April 3rd and May 13th.
This bear, according to the National Park Service, had upturned bear-resistant dumpsters near Old Faithful and near the Midway Geyser Basin, and it even knocked over several bear-resistant trash cans, which they have concrete bases specifically to prevent this kind of behavior from happening. And there were multiple incidents between early April and mid-May. So they made the decision that this was going to cause an incident eventually. Somebody was going to run afoul of this grizzly because grizzlies don't like anything getting between them and their food. And when we're talking about a spot like Old Faithful, which is the busiest spot by far in the park, it wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when.
Because the incidents were happening near some of the busiest spots in Yellowstone, the decision was made to euthanize the bear rather than relocate it. This is the first grizzly to be killed within the boundaries of Yellowstone since 2017. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Yeah, it's a Friday Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Tension at the job site. Doctors at a Cheyenne hospital walking off the job, citing ethics and horrible staffing issues. Meanwhile, baristas at Starbucks in Wyoming not digging the new dress code. They're thinking about walking off the job and leaving your latte just getting cold. A serial biter in Casper who barks like a dog bit the finger off a cop. Casper is the new Florida. Meanwhile, they can't stop pointing guns at each other in Casper. We got some 21-year-old hot rodding around in his friend's Mazda pointing guns at girls at the skate park. Just put the guns away, huh? These stories and more we're following the Cowboy State Daily Show today with Jake. By the way, we have special guests on today's show. Kathleen Troy. You're going to enjoy her. Kathleen Troy is a pretty darn good dog trainer. She's written several books. She's also written some fiction books for young adults and middle school age readers. Author and dog trainer, and she uses a lot of sign language training her dogs. But she's going to tell you how to be a better dog trainer and a chance to get a hold of her latest book for free just by listening to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Pastor Nancy Frecka joins us as well. She's got a book sharing God's supernatural abilities. God says you can trust me. Supernatural Encounters with God is her latest book, and she documents several personal experiences of her own, including 2 documented near-death experiences for Pastor Nancy Frecka. She was flatlined in the hospital, dead for minutes. And what she saw, what she experienced, she just had to write down. We'll talk to Pastor Nancy Frecka later about her latest book. Here's the weather forecast. The day weather forecast, mostly sunny, breezy in Casper, 63. Sunny in Riverton, 64-ish. Evanston, slight chance of rain in the afternoon, otherwise partly sunny, mid-50s. Green River, sunny, breezy, 61. Western Wyoming, Pinedale, partly sunny with highs 52. Alpine, you might see a chance of rain, but when it's not raining, partly sunny, and 53. Du Bois, chance of rain in the afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny, breezy, 51. Jackson, maybe a rain shower. Otherwise partly sunny, middle 50s. Bighorn Basin, Thermopolis, slight chance of rain. Else, mostly sunny, 62. Cody, chance of rain after 4 in the afternoon. Clouds on the increase, 58 the high in Cody. Buffalo, slight chance of rain after 1 o'clock. Otherwise partly sunny, breezy, 57. Sheridan, you'll be about 62 today with breezy conditions and a slight chance of rain. Gillette, rain mainly in the early morning. Otherwise breezy and becoming mostly sunny today in Gillette, 57 the high. Newcastle, you'll probably see some showers. Mostly cloudy, windy, highs in the middle 50s in Newcastle. Torrington, mostly sunny with highs 65. You'll see some wind gusts in Torrington. Wheatland, sunny, breezy, 64. Cheyenne, sunny, breezy, 61. And Laramie, mostly sunny and breezy, highs in the middle 50s. And Rawlins, you'll be sunny, breezy, and 58 today. That's what it looks like around the state. And on a Friday, we don't have our usual, we don't have Jen Coker in the morning or Greg Johnson, which is disappointing. Because with Greg, I get to talk a little bit of sports. And I'm reluctant to talk at sports, even though I'm crazy about sports and super knowledgeable, and you could learn by listening to me talk about sports. You could learn a thing or two. I'm reluctant to go there because I realize not everybody is as sports-minded as I am. Things we are going to cover today, besides local and Wyoming news, is national news. President Trump getting his fancy Qatar palace in the sky airplane. Actually, Sean Berry wrote a little bit about something about that. I mean, we've been talking about it, but the latest news is why President Trump wants to accept the $400 million gift from Qatar. Apparently, he was promised long ago, Boeing promised long ago to have a new Air Force One for POTUS and has not delivered. So that's one big reason. Can't get a new airplane even if you're ready to pay for it. Boeing's production line's backed up, I guess, and I guess the president doesn't take, high priority. Wow. That's why, a big reason why President Trump wants the free plane, the gift from Qatar. At least Sean Berry says that's a big reason, according to Representative Harriet Hageman, Congresswoman. She says Trump's plan to accept the $400 million jet from Qatar traces back to a 2018 Boeing contract. The United States of America contracted with Boeing to get a new Air Force One. And Boeing has not done that, has not fulfilled the contract yet. In fact, Boeing said that they're set to deliver the Air Force One, the new Air Force One, sometime around 2027. They've been delayed. This is a 2018 contract and will be filled in 9 years, if it is. Now, I guess President Trump can tell Boeing, just forget about it. Never mind. I got a plane. I got a better plane. Boeing cited a variety of reasons for the delay, but the President of the United States, Harriet Hageman, says should have the safest, most technologically advanced plane available. Yeah, I agree with Congresswoman Hageman. Senator Cynthia Lummis says, yeah, she's okay with the idea of Trump getting the gift from Qatar, but she says, quote, they better scrub that plane from nose to tail for bugs and other spyware devices. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. I don't know if Qatar's got plans to hurt the United States. They seem somewhat friendly to the U.S. In fact, the whole reason for Trump being over there is to make nice with the Arabs. To improve Arab relations is the exact press release from the White House. That's the reason for the trip to Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. And on Trump's end of things, it seems to be a really positive trip. President Trump practically has a bromance going with Arab leaders. Wall Street Journal reports Trump said, I like you too much. He told Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, I like you too much, he said. He's fall head over heels for the Arabs. He called the people that he met with and glad-handed with in the Middle East, called them handsome, attractive, and tough. These Arab leaders. Trump's got a little bromance with the Middle East. I like you too much. Oh, man. Is it reciprocal? I guess so. I mean, how else do you get a $400 million gift airplane? What's Qatar thinking? Got to be strings attached, right? I saw a good political cartoon in the newspaper the other day that showed, a little petulant Donald Trump. He looked like a little boy, a little kid. And they're handing him the string to what, amounted to a kite airplane. It was an airplane. It was meant to be, the fancy airplane he's getting. And there was a Middle Eastern Arab type guy handing him the string to the plane saying, here you go. Here's your free gift. And the string is, tied to what? Something. I mean, it's hard to believe $400 million gift to the U.S. Oh, although maybe not. I mean, Qatar they're not hurting for money as a country. So maybe you do you don't have anything specific in mind, but you just want to kind of make good with the president of the U.S. I'm watching a little bit of video there as the president is making nice with Saudi Arabia leaders, and then he's talking with Qatar. They do seem to really like each other. But of course, Trump and Putin seem to really hit it off. And then lately, Putin's been, I don't know. Today is National, what do you call it today? National Bike to Work Day. And boy, these 2 days don't work together very cooperatively. Today's National Bike to Work Day. It's also NASCAR Day, which, they're not biking in NASCAR. So, yeah, if you get a chance, National Bike to Work Day. Not a bad idea. I don't have to go far for work, so I don't need the bike, but I do enjoy bike travel when it's really, summer trafficy. It's a lot easier to get around in the bike. And NASCAR Day, I used to, like a lot of people, I used to be into NASCAR and not so much anymore. NASCAR is kind of waning in popularity. They just had a race the other day, last weekend, and the stands were only half filled. That's very rare. That's weird. NASCAR, in the height of its popularity, was probably it had a huge resurgence maybe 15 years ago, 10, 15 years. And for whatever reason, there's probably a lot of things to blame, but NASCAR is just not as all that as it used to be. And it's evidenced when you go to these tracks and there's nobody there. And they don't promote the sport very well. Like I was a big time NASCAR fan. You know, I was as rednecky as they come. I knew every driver. I knew the number of the car they drove and who were their sponsors. I was way into NASCAR. And I just kind of fell off the pace because NASCAR is not exactly your top four sports. It's not baseball, football, hockey, or basketball. So if you don't pay attention, if you don't intentionally look for the next NASCAR race, you might forget about it. And NASCAR doesn't do a whole lot of marketing. You got to try hard to find a NASCAR race on TV, and you got to remember there is one. You just don't market the sport very well. And there are other issues with it. Good story about doctors in Cheyenne Hospital. Who do you believe here? It's weird. Some doctors told Cowboy State Daily yesterday they're leaving Cheyenne Regional Medical Center over ethical reasons, over horrible staffing issues, over one cardiac surgeon said, you've got unethical things going on. They're not telling families the real truth. Exactly what are the specifics? What are the details? Justin George writes the story for Cowboy State Daily. It does not include a whole lot of incidents. Like, tell me what exactly happened. What's unethical? What's dangerous? Doctors talk about being kind of overworked, and they say that's a safety issue. But from what I know of doctors, that kind of comes with a gig. You know, a 12-hour shift, and yeah, I'm not sure the beef. I'm not sure what their beef is. Beyond just saying things like unethical and staffing issues, and they hate their bosses. Well, join the club. We all don't like working for the man. We all don't like our job, including baristas over at Starbucks. Or being told what kind of clothes they can wear. We'll get to that in a minute. But, medical staff vote of no confidence at Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. CEO Tim Thornell was given his own staff, voted a vote of no confidence. That triggered a board of trustees investigation into claims of management and safety lapses. The board of trustees looked into the matter and in the end found nothing wrong. Trustees interviewed and met with dozens of current and former hospital employees and ended up giving Thornell, the CEO of the hospital, a unanimous vote of full confidence. Not a problem here. So which is it? Is there a problem at Cheyenne Regional? Or is there not? Justin George talked a little bit with Wendy Core about it.
This has been a great hospital for years, and it is just headed downhill. And somebody's got to say something.
Doctors are leaving or have left Cheyenne Regional Medical Center over what they are calling ethical reasons and horrible staffing issues. One cardiac surgeon told Cowboy State Daily's Justin George that there are, quote, unethical things going on, adding that the hospital staff is not telling families the real truth. The president of the Cheyenne Regional Medical Center Board of Trustees, however, said the complaints were made by a vocal minority.
Doctors, nurses, and others were saying that there were all sorts of problems going on, especially staffing issues, safety lapses, procedural problems. They had said that none of it was being addressed, and that was becoming problematic. One doctor we spoke to said patients weren't being told that complications had sort of stemmed from those issues. Some of those problems were either being held or shielded away from them, and that caused him to leave, actually. There has been a defection of several doctors. The hospital has responded and said that they have full confidence in the CEO and the board of trustees trustees has actually unanimously passed a vote that says so. And they say that the CEO has done a great job putting the hospital on great financial footing, carrying it through the pandemic, and actually increasing quality standards. So that's their response.
Although trustees gave CEO Tim Thornell a unanimous vote of full confidence after interviewing or meeting with current and former hospital employees, the board has acknowledged some of the issues raised and said more attention would be directed toward recruitment and retention of doctors, improving the culture surrounding safety and quality incident reporting, and making sure contractors meet patient care standards.
Well, who to believe? Dr. Stephen Beer, a neurosurgeon at Cheyenne Regional, said problems include ethical concerns, broken financial promises, unsafe practices, and repeated incidents where patient care was compromised by an unqualified staff. Meanwhile, Beer's concerns are countered by the majority others who say there's not an issue at Cheyenne Regional. Other stories we got to get to. ICE, an ICE ride-along. We're going to learn more about that from Claire McFarland. And yeah, I guess it's we should dig right into this story. Take a bite out of this one. Casper Cereal Biter takes a chunk out of a deputy's finger. In fact, bit his finger almost clean off. What the heck? This is a cereal biter who barks like a dog. Andrew Barrett. Yeah, this guy needs some help. And stay away from the meth, man. We'll talk about that and a whole bunch more stuff coming up right after this break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo!
Cowboy State Taylor returns. Welcome back. Charlie bit my finger. You remember the viral video? That was back before we knew what viral video was. Just a video that everybody watched and downloaded. Charlie bit my finger. Andrew bit a finger too. Andrew Barrett's got a biting problem and a barking problem. Andrew Barrett I think he thinks he's a dog or an animal. Maybe when we get to later in the show, maybe we could have our dog training expert that we're going to have on, famed author Kathleen Troy. Maybe she could work with Andrew, who barks like a dog, bites people. A serial biter nearly bit the finger off a Natrona County Sheriff's Office deputy Tuesday. Made his initial appearance in Casper Circuit Court Wednesday, during which Dale Killingback watched as this man, Andrew Barrett, 39-year-old man from Casper, said between his bizarre animal noises and other distracting activity on the video conference from the Natrona County Detention Facility, the man did manage to calmly answer questions from Judge Nicole Collier as if nothing was out of the ordinary, but the answers came only in between sessions of barking and other noises. I don't blame Judge Collier one bit for conducting this initial appearance, this court appearance over teleconference. I'm not sure I want this guy in my courtroom. Andrew Barrett, 39-year-old, charged with aggravated assault and battery and being a habitual criminal, interference with a police officer, 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance, which included meth and marijuana. Many comments on the story on the Facebooks are making fun of the man, as you can predict. Some saying, well, he just needs a distemper shot. Some saying, you know what you do with dogs that have bitten more than once? But I saw one commenter who appears to know this guy, Andrew Barrett, says it's a shame. He used to be a good guy. He used to be a normal guy, a good guy. But look what drugs do. Allegedly. Methamphetamine, marijuana. Is that what's caused Andrew Barrett to act bizarrely like a dog and bark? And I mean, he's intentionally bucking for the crazy way out. I don't think so. I mean, he's not facing murder. I mean, he wasn't even facing anything big. He was facing marijuana and meth possession, which I say is nothing big because judging from reading newspapers today, you get a slap on the wrist for that. That's nothing. So it's not like Andrew Barrett had to cook up some, the beginnings of some mental insanity plea. I think he's doing this because he's just a little messed up or a lot messed up. And yeah, it was probably the meth. Crack's not good for you, man. Here's Dale Killingback talking about it. I want to hear, if I can hear in Dale's voice, anything. Dale is so good at just a poker face. In his writing, I can sometimes detect that he's, in this case, that Dale is a little bit shaking his head going, what is going on with this dude? But But let's see. This is Dale talking about it with Wendy.
A serial biter who nearly bit off the finger of an Natrona County Sheriff's Office deputy Tuesday barked like a dog and stuck out his tongue during his initial appearance in Casper Circuit Court on Wednesday. But Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that between his bizarre animal noises and activity via video conference from the Natrona County Detention Facility, 39-year-old Andrew Barrett calmly answered the judge's questions as if nothing was out of the ordinary.
You should have been in the courtroom because it was just crazy. There was a man who appeared on the video screen. He started out by barking like a dog, and then the judge is asking him questions, and he just like turns and answers her normally, and then he goes to animal sounds, making noises, pointing his fingers like a gun, swearing. This gentleman is appearing in court because he bit the tip of the ring finger of a deputy as the deputy was trying to help get him into jail. He has a record of this. In 2021, he bit off the index tip of a finger of a Banner Health employee here in Casper.
Barrett is charged with aggravated assault and battery and being a habitual criminal, interference with a police officer, and 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance involving meth and marijuana.
Yeah. Twice now he's bitten somebody's finger off. Yeah, I think rabies shot and distemper are in order, and then maybe kind of a lengthy jail sentence. This guy's not normal. Sorry, you're not. Andrew Barrett, you gotta fix yourself, man. On his way to jail Tuesday, an affidavit states Barrett said he was crocodilian. Whatever that is. Maybe he doesn't think he's exclusively a dog. He's occasionally crocodilian. And he was making some kind of guttural growling noises and getting all bitey. Yeah, Dale Killingbeck wrote the story, and he did. You heard him right off the bat say, boy, you had to be there to watch this video. Where is it? Can we get the video, Dale? I want to see this. I mean, I don't want to glorify mental illness, but I don't know if this is mental illness or the effects of crack. Maybe it's a good public service announcement. Don't smoke meth, kids. It'll turn you into a dog. I want to see this video. I want to see him talking to the judge, barking, and then answering questions. The deputy, by the way, was taken to the hospital, received stitches in order to keep his finger intact. That was almost severed. He was bitten with enough force to bite through the flesh and gloves. So the officer was wearing gloves. He was probably just wearing those plastic sanitary hospital gloves just so he didn't get any fluids on him whenever you're handling some kind of nutcase, allegedly. And it tore part of the finger from the first joint, almost took his finger right off. He may need follow-up surgery due to damage and crushed bone. Yeah, it's not good. During that initial appearance Wednesday, Barrett was brought to the camera in the jail when he addressed the judge. He was brought there and wheeled there in a wheelchair, repeatedly made noises like an animal, barked, swore, put his hands into the figure of a gun. I think he has Tourette's, right? Isn't that what you do when you have Tourette syndrome? You just, all of a sudden, you drop an F-bomb uncontrollably. I mean, the barking is probably, I think he's got Tourette syndrome. They should check him out. Whatever. He did manage to answer the judge when Collier said, what about $100,000 cash-only bond? And between barks, Barrett said, hey, I'm just a guy struggling to get by. I ain't going nowhere. What? I'm just a guy on a leash. I'm not going anywhere. It's so weird. Casper. I mean, Casper is becoming Cowboy State Daily could assign 3 journalists to Casper alone to cover the crime. Including this story we just talked about this yesterday. We just had 2 shootings. Sunday night, Mother's Day night, 2 shootings. One resulting in a fatality. This was some kind of gang violence or 2 guys that had a beef with each other that may not be over because some other dudes said that they were going to seek revenge. So watch out. Maybe this isn't over. And the father of the victim implored teens in Casper or young folks in Casper to put away the guns, he said. Yeah, I agree. Here's another story. Dale Killingbeck, Casper. Casper again. Casper man drinking with friend accused of pointing a loaded pistol at girls. This after Casper's already been in the news way too many times for this kind of stuff. A 20-year-old man accused of pointing a loaded 10-millimeter pistol at 3 girls and demand they leave a local skate park. Here's how it went down. The 20-year-old is Dallas Dickinson. Dickinson is charged with aggravated assault, battery, and being a minor in possession. Dickinson's 20, and they had beer and I believe some marijuana in the car. Co-defendant Carlin Carlson, he's the 19-year-old. He pleaded guilty already to being a minor in possession of alcohol and marijuana. The 2 were joyriding around in Carlson's Mazda. This sounds like your average Tuesday night in Casper, huh? Let's just cruise around in the Mazda, smoking a joint, drinking a 40, and if we see anybody, we'll point our gun at them. Allegedly. The Boys and Girls Club of Central Wyoming Skate Park, 10:30 Tuesday night. Police receive a report of a man in a Mazda pointing a firearm. 3 females were the reporting party, the RP. The girls told police they were at the skate park when the 2 guys pull up in the Mazda. They had been drinking. The man identified as Carlson's friend, that would be Dickinson, asked the girls if they wanted to see his gun. I don't think so, Dickinson. The girls said no, obviously. They feared for their lives. And Dickinson pulled out a black 9mm handgun. What the girls thought was a 9mm. It turned out to be a 10, but whatever. He racked the slide of the firearm. In other words, racked a round into the chamber. And this thing's ready to fire. And he pointed it at the girls gangster style, quote unquote. Which means, you point the gun tilted like this. And idiot. The females feared for their lives, police said. They thought the male was going to harm them. The male stated, "Get out of here," while he pointed the firearm at the girls. I don't know if the intention was to run them off of the skate park. I think the intention was just to, show you're a big bad gangster to these girls. And then they start running, and he's probably like, "Yeah, get out of here." I don't know. I don't know how it happened. I don't know why it happens, more importantly. Stupid. Booze, pot, pistols. Yeah, it all happened Tuesday night. Police found 2 bottles of liquor, drug paraphernalia, nearly 2 grams of pot in Carlson's car. Dickinson was real nervous when the cops caught up with him. The 20-year-old, he told police, "Well, I got a BB gun. Kind of looks like a real gun. But there's no slide or anything you can rack. Those girls must be lying to you. I don't know. All I have is the BB gun." And Dickinson said, "At no point did I point the gun at anyone." Well, a continued search of Carlson's vehicle. Cops asked his friend Carlin Carlson, "Can we search the vehicle?" He gave consent. And they found the alcohol, the drugs, and they found a 1911 style semi-automatic handgun chambered in 10 millimeter. It does indeed have a rack, and it did indeed have a live round in the chamber. So, yeah, $50,000 cash security bond. That's Judge Collier again, who's been busy. Judge Collier heard the preliminary charges in between meeting with the other dude barking like a dog. And Casper, man, you win the award for just being a city that we're sort of getting ashamed about. I don't get it. Let's take a quick break in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Back with more in a moment.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Yeah, a lot of comments on the Facebook section of the story involving Casper violence, pointing guns at each other. People are like fed up. What's going on with Casper? Most readers ask, since when did Casper become a hood rat central? Hoodlumville? I don't know. Meanwhile, we get a big howdy from Bruce. Bruce says, good morning from Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. Hoorah, Bruce. Good morning to you. Don't drink the water. What else is going on today? I'm afraid to go read the Wyoming news and get one more story out of Casper about the barrio. Oh, there is a semi-positive story about Casper. Casper is seeing population increase. Wyoming in general, you probably know, kind of breaks even every year. Some years there's an increase in population, some years a slight decrease. And over the last decade or more, Wyoming really hasn't grown a ton in population. I know certain areas of Wyoming are popular for people to move to. Incentives being no personal income tax, no corporate tax. So a lot of businesses like to move here. Incentives also being Wyoming's great and your city isn't. Your state sucks and Wyoming's great. There's your incentive right there, the California influx. Trying to escape all the things wrong with your state. Lots of reasons come to Wyoming, but people are leaving Wyoming at almost an equal rate over the last decade, really. Looking for more opportunity. I guess young kids, they graduate and they leave. Some come back. Anyway, population in Casper is on the increase. Despite losing a person a week to stabbings and shootings, somehow Casper has managed to increase its population. The population July 2024 shows an increase of about 75 residents over the past year. Casper is looking at about 58,823. I thought it was interesting, this story in this news comes from Wyoming Economic Analysis Division, showed nearly half of Wyoming's 31 largest cities and towns grew between July 23 and July 24. People are moving into the cities and larger towns, but they're moving away from the smaller towns and the rural areas, bringing an overall kind of break even, like I said. What cities have increased the most? Fastest annual growth belongs to Evansville, which to me is Casper East. I mean, Evansville is Casper. Let's not kid ourselves. I don't like when these pop-up suburbs of cities try to name themselves something else because they don't want to be. I wouldn't want to be Casper either. I don't blame you, Evansville. But you're not Evansville. You're Casper. Come on. Maybe at one time, some of these towns like Evansville and Mills were once actual places distinct from Casper, but Casper has grown to the point now where it just has swallowed up Evansville. Evansville is part of the greater Casper area, period, in my opinion. But Evansville demonstrated the fastest annual growth, 2.1% up over the past year, followed by Laramie, up 1.6%, and Mills, which, well, Mills, am I thinking of Mills or Baggs, which is another Casper suburb? Mills, Wyoming, is that down there in Cheyenne? No, Mills is, Natrona County. Mills is Casper. Right? I'm looking at a map now. Yeah, Mills is Casper West. And Evansville is Casper East. They are not their own towns. They're part of Casper. Stop trying to pretend. It's kind of like Rosette compared to Gillette, although Rosette's got some argument of being its own community and town, but Evansville is Casper East. And Mills is Casper West. But technically, according to the Wyoming Economic Analysis Division, both Mills and Evansville populations are up. Evansville population 2,837. Mills double that. And both on the increase. What cities lost population? Care to guess? Off the top of your head, if you're from Wyoming. Bruce, down there in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. You're probably going to be out of this discussion, but care to guess, if you live in Wyoming, what cities saw a population decrease? Down 34 residents was Pinedale. I'm a little surprised at that. I thought Pinedale was growing, and I was just down there in Pinedale earlier this week, and I was talking to Chauncey, our favorite real estate agent, Chauncey Goodrich, and the news down there is Pinedale is braced for a doubling of their population by 2030 or something. I forget, but that's not happening yet. It didn't happen last year anyway. Pinedale down 34 people. Wheatland saw a decrease in population by 51 residents. And Kemmer was down. 26 people left Kemmer. They were 3 towns that experienced annual population declines of more than 1%. Evanston, on that list as well, Evanston lost 100 residents over that period from July 23 to July 24. Yeah, who's growing? Who's not growing? Latest stats out from Wyoming. And people are moving to the cities. Wyoming's total population grew by 2,551 people, 0.4% in 2024. The rate slightly slower than what we've seen over the last few years. COVID had a lot of people moving in, at least temporarily. But yeah, slight growth for overall for the state in population in the last year. Chance to get in on a Apple lawsuit, the Siri lawsuit. You could make about $100 from Apple pretty easily. All you got to do is prove you had an Apple product over the last couple of years, a phone, an iPad, a computer, a MacBook, Mac, even an Apple TV. It's part of a class action suit against Apple, claiming that Siri was listening in on you, even when Siri wasn't on, which is my great fear. I don't use Siri. I disengage it. I turn it off. I don't like Siri listening into what I'm doing. Some folks have embraced the technology. Some people like bossing Siri around in their living room. I've seen some families, especially younger kids, they love the idea that they can just have something on in their home, and at any time they can just say, Siri, go to heck. No, Siri, turn on the TV. You can talk to Siri at all times. And that's weird because Siri has to be listening. There's many times where you can say something that sounds like Siri. Siri is the prompt, by the way. Supposedly, Siri's not listening. Your Apple product is not listening to you at all unless prompted by the word Siri, which sometimes you can say a word that sounds like Siri and all of a sudden Siri wakes up and listens. But it looks like this class action lawsuit claims that Siri was listening all the time. She didn't need to be told when to wake up. And in fact, Siri shared information personal to you with other companies. This $95 million settlement means you're entitled to about $20 per device. If you had a Siri-enabled device over the last year, I'm not sure when the coverage is, last year or two, up to $100. So if you've got, 5 devices, you're maxed out there. But yeah, you can make $100. I don't really know how you get into it. You'll have to look on the interwebs to see how you take advantage of that. Siri, always listening. Siri, close your ears. Earmuffs. Suppose Apple owes me $100 for all the thousands I've spent on Apple products. We're going to take a quick top of the hour news break. We'll see you on the other side. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues on a Friday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray says an attempt by a retired lawyer to have him removed from office is outrageous, without merit, and, quote, the radical left's attempt to weaponize the judicial process. Tim Newcomb, the Laramie Democrat who's suing to have Gray ousted under the 14th Amendment, claims Gray's continued support of President Donald Trump and his insistence that the 2020 election was rigged means he supports insurrection. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson has more on this story.
He is petitioning the court to kick Gray out of office under the 14th Amendment, saying that Gray is an insurrectionist. In Chuck Gray's terms, it's a radical left trying to derail conservatives who are making progress, doing the right thing. And he says there should be some accountability for people who, his terms, weaponize the courts for political reasons.
Newcomb called Gray a bully who has targeted him before when he unsuccessfully challenged Trump's eligibility to be on the Wyoming ballot. Gray says he intends to file a motion to dismiss the complaint, saying Newcomb was wrong to try and keep Trump off the 2024 Wyoming ballot. As a pair of controversial Wyoming wind and solar projects continue to move through the state approval process, the company behind it all said it's bringing more than $1.7 billion in private investment to the state. However, at the same time, opponents are planning field trips to proposed project sites intent at halting them. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Focus Clean Energy plans to combine water, captured carbon dioxide, and a lot of electricity to produce hydrogen jet fuel.
It's caused a rift in the Republican Party in Wyoming. There's two camps, as far as I can tell. There's one that's still clinging and promoting to all fossil fuels. Another is that, hey, this is a great business. Wyoming is open for business. And that's what 4 of the 5 land board members seemingly were saying with their vote.
The president of Focus Clean Energy and the man steering potentially billions in capital toward Converse and Niobrara counties sees a future when green hydrogen jet fuel created using wind and solar power will thrive as one of Wyoming's many energy exports. The coffee shop mega chain Starbucks is, quote, evolving its dress code to simplified color options, which means black shirts and khaki, black, or blue denim bottoms. And nationwide, the employees on the whole are not impressed. Cowboy State Daily's Jimmy Orr filled up on coffee Thursday morning and took the time to visit with Starbucks baristas in just a few of the 8 locations around Cheyenne. Many of the baristas are upset over the new corporate dress code, but they're not sure if they'll join a nationwide strike.
The feeling that I got from most of the baristas that I spoke to was this is silly. And do people really care that I've got a white shirt under this green apron? And why is the corporate office putting all this work into instituting a dress code? Just let us do our jobs.
So far, more than 1,000 baristas across the country have gone on strike. Starbucks Workers United has filed a complaint with the National Labor Relations Board for failing to bargain over the new dress code. But the company says the strike has had a minimal impact on its operation. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
A serial biter who nearly bit off the finger of a Natrona County Sheriff's Office deputy Tuesday barked like a dog and stuck out his tongue during his initial appearance in Casper Circuit Court on Wednesday. But Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that between his bizarre animal noises and activity via video conference from the Natrona County Detention Facility, 39-year-old Andrew Barrett calmly answered the judge's questions as if nothing was out of the ordinary.
Started out by barking like a dog, and then the judge is asking him questions, and he just like turns and answers her normally, and then he goes to animal sounds, making noises.
Barrett is charged with aggravated assault and battery and being a habitual criminal, interference with a police officer, and 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance involving meth and marijuana. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'll never forget the day I nearly died. I was a young journalist with a great career, starting a family. The only way we found out I had any kind of heart issue was when I went into sudden death. My coworkers sprung into action. They've recently been trained in life-saving CPR protocols developed by the American Heart Association. They're the ones that kept me alive until the medics came. They did many tests on me in the hospital after my cardiac arrest and created a treatment plan, all with research from the American Heart Association. I think unless you are a heart disease patient, you may not know how much work the American Heart Association does behind the scenes to save your life. Since my cardiac arrest, I've had 2 more children. I've watched all 3 of my children grow into adulthood. I'm gonna cry now. Graduate from college. My daughter got married. I have grandchildren. And I'm still here.
Learn more about the American Heart Association's work at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Friday. I don't know what Starbucks is thinking. Listen to me. I'm just like a 2-bit radio guy. My salary compensation is pitiful. Shout out to my bosses. That's why I'm considering, or I'm trying to launch my OnlyFans account, whatever it is. I don't even know what I want to be an influencer. I want to get paid the money that some of these influencers get. And I don't want to have to work for the man. Anyway, these CEOs of some of these companies are head-scratching decisions I don't get. I'll give you 3 examples. Starbucks right now. Starbucks latest in a line of mandates that come down from the top. New policy changes. Starbucks not long ago said that they were really going to crack down on the number of freeloaders that are just sucking up Wi-Fi and not sucking up enough coffee. If you're not buying, out you go, you bum. I can see that, but still, that's kind of harsh. It also goes for the bathroom. Starbucks is sick of people taking advantage of their Wi-Fi in their bathroom if you're not a customer. And they told their employees, be watching for people that just camp out for hours and don't buy anything or are milking that small latte. Well, they don't call it small, right? They got the Latin phrases for everything, or venti. I got big problems with Starbucks policies, or I have venti problems with And so the latest from Starbucks was a dress code. was announced by Brian Nicole, CEO of Starbucks. He took over last year. And so far, but he's done wonders as the boss of Starbucks. He's told his employees, start cracking down on people who aren't buying stuff and just hanging out, using Starbucks as their office, and start wearing the following, like a dress code for Starbucks. Really? Was this the most needed thing? Was I worried that Starbucks employees, Starbucks baristas were getting too jiggy with it, that they were non-conforming, that they weren't? They all wear the green smock, right? Like they all got that. But underneath it, they had, previously they hadn't been told what to wear. They can wear whatever they want. It's just you're just making coffee, man. When did we get all corporate? Earlier this week, the company announced it was evolving its dress code to simplified color options. In other words, they want all you Starbucks employees to be robots, to be cookie cutter, same, uniform. It's important to Starbucks, at least it's important to Brian Nicole, that everybody who works at the steamer, at the milk steamer over there, have a uniform look. They want you to have a black shirt and black or blue denim bottoms. Oh, khaki is also allowed. So they're trying to create a look across the board with their, and it's just so heavy-handed corporate. And that's, I think that's a lot of people's problem with Starbucks, although Starbucks continues to remain popular. I mean, you go to the airport and there's, some one-off non-chain coffee shop. There's a lesser named coffee chain, and then there's Starbucks. Where's the biggest line? Starbucks. People will wait in line at the airport or anywhere else for 40 minutes rather than go get a coffee somewhere else or in 2 minutes. People love the Starbucks. But if you had any problem with Starbucks, it's the corporatiness of Starbucks. The coffee's good. I like the coffee. But it's just the whole corporate thing. You got to order using their terminologies. I have a venti. Now if you're an employee, you got to dress the part, dress the look. Jimmy Orr writes a story, the Cowboy State Daily, says Lily Crenshaw is at least one who's kind of had enough of it. The 20-something Starbucks barista, she works on Del Range Boulevard in Cheyenne. She thinks the new dress code is insane and equates it to being stripped of her identity. Yeah. It reminds me of remember the movie The Office? Office Space, when Jennifer Aniston worked at Tchotchkes and she had to wear pieces of flair. It's just so silly what what CEOs think is important. You got to have a minimum 21 pieces of flair on your uniform. And I had to do that one. See, it's just so stupid.
TGI Fridays in Georgia.
TGI Fridays in Georgia. Yeah, pieces of flair. And these decisions made by some, 50-year-old OG boomer who he's so out of touch with Starbucks employees. If he was required to make a latte, he probably couldn't do it. He have no idea how to do it. He just does not. There's a disconnect between the CEO pulling down, by the way, what does the CEO make? I thought it was interesting. Jimmy talked to 67-year-old Palmyra Torres. She's a barista at downtown Cheyenne, Starbucks location. Actually, the first Starbucks in Wyoming to unionize. Look out. Watch for them all to walk off the job here. Torres says it's not so much the dress code. It's money and compensation and failure to finalize a contract agreement. She's got problems with, just getting paid enough. Torres says the real issue is the contract they're not wanting to sign. Everybody wants a little cushion in life, a little security, just like you've got, Mr. CEO. $57,000 an hour is what she says CEO Brian Nichol makes. 57 grand an hour. What do you think the average Starbucks barista makes? And now being told by Nichol that they got to wear certain color, they don't want to see any individuality beneath that famous green apron. They want you to all wear the same thing so you all look like corporate soldiers at Starbucks. Is that truly important? Seems like a terrible decision. My other decision from a CEO that seems just back-ass-word is Tomei. What is her first name? Susan? I can't remember. She's a CEO of UPS who announced back earlier in the year that UPS didn't want to deliver Amazon packages anymore. They want to stop delivering Amazon. Brilliant decision by UPS. What else do you do other than bring us our Amazon orders? What? I mean, you don't want to... Yeah, I don't get that decision. And 3 months after that decision, we find that UPS has laid off 20,000 workers and closed 73 facilities. Duh. And then another CEO decision is Delta Airlines. They've made two dumb decisions, in my opinion. Delta just revamped the way it did booking. If you go book a flight right now on Delta, it's no longer, well, it was never really simple. It's getting more and more complicated to book just a regular flight. You got you used to have first class, pay through the nose, then you had cabin, and that was it. Now you got first class, and you got extra preferred seating, extra leg room seating, and then you buy the cheapest seat way in the back next to the bathroom. Cabin. Okay, we finally got used to that. Delta has announced a total redo of their booking, and now you're looking at, well, I have to look up the story, but it's like 3 different sections of seating with 3 tiers per section. So you're going to pay depending, it's more complicated. And why? Delta says they're trying to acknowledge people want to be, they want specific things. It's just become more complicated. I don't think that was the cry from air travelers. Oh, give me more options with my seat. No, just give me a seat and tell me what the price is. And don't tell me it's another $29 if I'm in a row that's a little roomier than some other guy. Don't tell me it's an extra $39 if I'm further up towards the front of the plane. Just give me a seat and tell me what the price is. And make them all the same. Make it simple. The Delta is changing how it books flights. They're renaming sections of the plane, and they'll offer 3 levels of tickets in each section. In other words, they're just making it more complicated. In other words, they're just trying to find a way to make more money off Delta. I think this one's going to backfire. Don't understand the decisions of those 3 CEOs that I just mentioned. Stupid. I got to take a break now before our weather guy gets on. Don Day will join the conversation right after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and we're back in the Zoom room, although we're not calling it that anymore. It's now been sponsorship. The AT&T Outhouse with Don Day, day weather forecast. I play the foreboding music, Don, because we're going to talk about twisters, tornadoes. Don't often have to worry about them in Wyoming, but sometimes. Weather forecasters say an already perilous 2025 tornado season shaping up to be the most active in 14 years. And it's not over yet. Tornado season, March through June, basically. There have been more than 750 preliminary tornado reports. And much of the activity outside the region known as Tornado Alley. We're seeing tornadoes in diverse places. Is there something going on, or is just weather being weather?
Weather's being weather. I mean, it always gets me when people think that the weather should be within a boundary, a predetermined boundary. So someone draws a line on a map and says, oh, this is Tornado Alley, so tornadoes should only be here.
Yeah.
So Tornado Alley is an area where there tends to be a concentration where they happen more frequently. But boy, all 50 states can experience a tornado. And, we're in our part of the world, we're kind of this time of the year. The second half of May is when we start to be susceptible to severe weather again and everything else. But a lot of times there is a correlation to some of the higher years of tornado frequency than others because they go back and forth. It wasn't long, not that many years ago, we had an historic low in tornadoes. I want to say that was maybe back in 22, but I'm not quite sure on that date. But La Niñas, which we've been in we're not officially in a La Nina anymore, but when we went into winter and early spring in a La Nina, there's a correlation. La Ninas lead to higher tornado counts across the lower 48. We've seen that before. This has been a very active tornado season. There's going to be a lot of severe weather today in the middle part of the country, but this happens every year, some years more than others. But you can't look at a one-year trend and start, as I say, tell people all the time, weather's not linear. Weather doesn't follow Excel charts very well. So the weather is the weather sometimes.
Don, you never play along. I want to be the sensational headline journalist. Worst tornado season ever, and Don just says it's weather, man. It's full of highs and lows. That's what makes a median. That makes an average. All right.
Well, yeah. I mean, we live in the world of clickbait, and sensational headlines get the clicks. But that's just not my style. Show me something I haven't seen before, and I've been doing this for 3 decades, so I've seen just about everything. So when someone makes a wild weather claim, I'm like, yeah, okay, well, I remember back in 1978 this happened, and I start sounding like an old man, but it's true. Weather's a lot, weather's like being a pilot. You want a lot of hours flying that airplane. The weather's the same way, so you can't get yourself two-phased one way or the other.
Thank you yesterday, and Sadri says thank you yesterday for the weather forecast and that wedding. It was miserable right up till about 4:30, and then the skies parted, sun came out, perfect for a wedding ceremony. Wow, Don.
Oh my goodness! Well, there was somebody was helping upstairs on that one.
Yeah, you're the guy upstairs, Don Day. What's the tornado activity for the weekend in Wyoming? Anything?
Well, we actually could have some severe weather out in eastern Wyoming on Sunday. We're going to have garden variety thunderstorms return to the state tomorrow, but there'll be some strong thunderstorms out near that Nebraska border. So Sunday could be something to keep an eye on. But we are, I'm glad you brought it up, because the second half of May into June is when we start to see our severe weather show itself. It's also the time of year, especially June, is when we start seeing storm chasers show up in this part of the country. I've got an acquaintance that lives in the UK, and he's coming over to the U.S. here soon just to chase tornadoes. I mean, it's becoming a cottage industry of chasing severe weather. And they got people all over the world coming to the U.S. to see our severe weather. So yes, so here we have the ability to take out a subdivision at the same time someone's making money off it.
Yeah, thanks to a couple blockbuster movies. Yeah, tornadoes are all the rage, man.
Right.
All right. Well, have a great weekend, Don. Appreciate the forecast.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Don Day weather forecast on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get into the room again, and we're going to get Kathleen Troy in here. You're going to enjoy this conversation. As promised, let me get into our Zoom room. There she is. Kathleen, how are you?
I'm well, and you?
I'm pretty good. I mean, it's a Friday. I'm tired, but nobody wants to hear about it.
Well, you made it to Friday. Congratulations.
I did. I'm excited to talk dog. This is a sort of a side hustle. Well, it has been, not lately, but in the past, it's been a side hustle for me being a quasi dog trainer. I'm all about dog training, horse training, like animals. I am animal because I feel like I can communicate with animals not verbally, and maybe that's something we can talk about. By the way, this is Kathleen Troy, more than 2 decades experience in dog training, agility training, and also an American Sign Language, I don't know, what do you call you, a specialist? And I think the sign language thing, I know it does factor into training animals, so we're going to talk about why. But when Kathleen's not writing, traveling, or in the classroom lecturing, she's visiting schools and sharing stories, teaching people about dog responsibility and how to better train your dog. First, let's talk about the books. Why did you write Dear Dylan Dog Squad? What is it?
All right. Well, As you know, I have a background in dog training, so people are always asking me questions and things like that wherever I go. But it actually, the idea came from a friend of mine was an American professor in South Korea, and he was lonely, and so he bought an American Cocker Spaniel at Walmart. You can get anything at Walmart in Korea. So I said, you need to train him. And he goes, oh, no, I want a Bohemian dog with no restrictions. I said, no, you need to train him. So life was good until he got married. So Dylan, the dog, ate their furniture in the apartment, all the coverings off the electrical wiring, the inside of the BMW. And when he ate the wedding pictures and the negatives, the wife said, the dog's going to Kathleen. So I got him, and I was supposed to find him a good home. Yeah, we know how that went. But he turned out to be the best dog I ever had. And I taught him to count to 10, dial 911 with a special device, sign language. We went through agility training. He started as a therapy dog. He was bored, became a service dog, did search and rescue, all kinds of things. So the book is, I want to tell people, if I can do this with a problem dog, you can do it too. And it's not that hard. It's not that magical. There's no mystery to it. It's just compassion, respect, love for the animals, and training on a good time. If this isn't a day when you're feeling good and enthusiastic, we'll do it later because your animal is going to pick up on that. Yeah.
That's a big one. I've heard that before. And especially knowing when to end the training session. When you're tired, the animal's tired. Like, yeah, that's important. Well, congrats to you to reach Cocker Spaniel. The bird dogs and the Cocker Spaniels, high energy. They're hard to train, in my opinion. Really hard.
Yeah.
Good for you. All right. Well, let's talk about training dogs. Let's start with dogs that. Here's the number one problem I see. Well, there's lots of number one problems. There's no bad dogs, only bad owners, right? Kathleen. So the dog that's so excited to meet strangers. Oh, he sees you, you're walking your dog and then she's walking her dog, and that dog comes up and he jumps up. He wants to jump up. They want to come up and get petted. And you want to acknowledge that, like you want to, good for you, dog. You're not one of them that's, showing teeth and he's excited. He's happy. He's outgoing. But how do you teach the dog, look, jumping up is not right? Like, I like what you're doing, but I don't like what you're doing. What do you do?
Okay. Well, as you know, if they're a little dog, it's really no problem. But if you get a 90-pound Great Pyrenees, it's a big problem. So most people, if they see a dog approach in that way, they're going to do a couple things. They're going to shriek, raise their hands up, back away, do something like that. Instead, what you want to do is gently walk into the dog. It's not an assault, it's a gentle bump. And what happens is you knock them off their stride. And basically, as they start to come down, again, a gentle bump, you say off. Don't say down, because you want to save that for other things, like when you want them to lie down or something like that. But you just say off. And you want to be careful too where your feet are, because you don't want to step on their paws. You could do terrible things. So if you do that a couple of times, they'll get the idea. But you can do that with meeting a strange dog. It doesn't hurt them.
Interesting. Just like move into them, and your idea of what kind of commands you should issue. They should be simple and non-confusing. Don't use the down there. You're going to need the down for a different kind of thing. Off is good. What about? Let me ask you this, Kathleen. What about using a dog's name in a negative way? Let's say the dog's getting into the garbage. I always heard you shouldn't use it. If the dog's Fido, you don't say Fido. You just say no. Keep the negative, and don't associate the dog's name with anything negative. You want to, Fido should be when you're calling him to you. It shouldn't be a bad kind of connotation. What do you think?
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. You have a bond with your dog, and part of that bond is to have your dog come to you, react to you, look to you always for guidance. And if you're saying his name in a negative way, they get confused because they're not going to know, for example, let's say you're walking along with your dog near the street and he starts to venture into the street. You want to say your dog's name and have him look and come to you. So you wanted to make it a positive thing. So you never used it in a negative. And, just think about that. People don't like to be spoken to negatively. And you made a good point about the firm voice. A lot of people will adopt a voice that's totally different than their own. And the dog isn't hearing the totally different. All he's hearing is, whoa, who's that? And they're not paying attention to what you want them to pay attention to. They're confused. So just in your voice, firmly, no, no.
Yeah, and it should. What about people that repeat command? I really get annoyed when people are calling their dog to them or asking the dog to do something, and they begin with a very passive, almost a question, like sit, and then they repeat it like 100 times. If you're repeating your command more than once or twice, the dog has figured out he doesn't really have to do it. What about repeating commands? What should you be doing? I mean, for me, I'm giving a firm sit. If I don't get the sit, I physically push the rump down to the ground and say, this is what I'm talking about. I don't repeat it 10 times.
Right. You should only do it once. This goes back to the basic training of that command. So, for example, if you have even a really big dog, you should start in a small room, such as like a bedroom or a small office, so that they have nowhere else to go. And then you start working with them on that command. So again, they're focused on you. And here's the perfect secret. We want it to be training. Of course we do. But ultimately, it comes down to yummy, nutritious treats. So the training only goes so far. So, for example, on the sit, I'll give you an example. So what you do is you palm the treat and you bring it close to your dog's nose so they smell it and you have their attention. So then you back up about a foot. Their eyes are going to be on your hand. You bring it close to their nose again. They're going to be tracking you. You're going to lift it above their head. They're going to be looking. And as you get it above their head, their rump will naturally hit the ground. And you say, sit enthusiastically and give them the treat at that time. And they'll get used to knowing to sit on one command.
Yeah, we've all heard of Pavlov's dog, the conditioning, and yeah, it gets to be, bang, bang, it gets to be real timing, and pretty soon that dog is almost anticipating. Let's talk about the hand signals. Let's talk about sign language. And before we get to that, I really have to ask you, did your father really used to pay you to keep quiet, to be quiet?
Yes, he did. He would say, he was from Ireland, and he would say, Cataline, just 5 minutes. And so I said, okay. And I would time him. And then he took away my watch. And I would be like,
well, that was probably the precursor for you learning sign language. Is it important to also combine your verbal command with a dog with some kind of hand signal? It comes in useful?
Yes, do it at the same time. They'll associate the two together. And the sad thing is, our dear, lovable pets, at some point, they'll all lose their hearing. And so if they know sign language, you'll still be able to communicate with them. And there are times when maybe, I remember with Dylan, we would be in a quiet situation. We were doing search and rescue, so we couldn't talk. And so it became very useful. Or maybe he just needed some encouragement. So what I mean by that, it's important to teach them sign language with sit and stay and so forth, but just like, I love you. And I would just give that to him every now and then, and he would be, okay, I know, things are okay. Things are happy. I'm okay to wait. There's a plan here. But sign language is very easy to do. We know a lot of it already. Someone was asking me about how to stop her dog from barking. And I just said, well, you got to have the treats, okay? But just put your finger in front of your mouth. We've all seen this one, shh. And eventually they'll wind down. And when they stop barking, then you say, good boy, good girl, and give the treat. And so in the future, do the signal again. And pretty soon they'll pick up on it that they should be quiet and give them the treat.
Perfect. Let's talk about who, by the way, we're on the show is Kathleen Troy. We're talking about basically dog training. We're going to talk about her book again in a little bit, but who should be training your dog? A lot of people think this is beyond me. This is a problem dog. I'm going to go send him out to a professional for 30 days. When you probably are the best person to train your dog. It's all about the bond. Inherently, dogs want to please. They want to be a member of the pack. They respect you. They should as the pack leader. So that bond is crucial. There are some professionals like Kathleen who might be able to, make some great strides with your dog. But ultimately, the dog owner is the best trainer.
Absolutely. Because your dog is your dog. You already have a bond with them. Sometimes people slip a little bit in that they don't become the alpha dog right away. And that's important because they're pack animals, we're pack animals, they're looking to the leader, that should be you. So you have that bond, and so enjoy it and make it a bigger bond between you. So if you're training with them, you're spending time with them, they're getting used to you, they're looking to you, and you will assume that alpha dog role. If you send the dog out, they bond with that trainer. They come home, it's the environment is back to the status quo, and you hear people say, well, they didn't learn a thing. No, you didn't learn a thing because you weren't trained either.
Kathleen Troy, we're talking to. How about this? Dogs during a storm or fireworks, but let's say a thunderstorm, the dog's all shaky. I think people don't realize how much your dog looks to you for nonverbal cues. If you're a nervous Nelly or a anxious kind of person, chances are your dog is too. When there's a thunderstorm outside, you can communicate a lot with your dog without ever saying anything. How can you help your dog stay calm during a storm?
Okay, I realize there's some areas of the country, like Oklahoma, where we get tornadoes that just blow in, and you may not have any warning. But in a perfect world, you're going to know that the storm is coming. Let's just go with perfect world for right now. So what you want to do is wear your dog out, take him for a long walk, a really fast game of chase or fetch, something like that. And then you relax as well. So put on a movie, watch the game, get a favorite treat. Is it popcorn? Whatever. Have your dog by your side. Have your hand resting on the dog's shoulders. Again, they'll pick up that you're calm. It's okay. What's going on outside doesn't pertain to them. They're happy, secure. They're with their favorite person, you.
Excellent. How about traveling? Dogs get anxious. Some dogs get anxious with traveling, car trips. What are things you can do to make sure that you can bring your dog with you where you go?
Right. You should check that out ahead of time. Not everybody is as enthusiastic to have an animal there as you are. So some of them will only allow certain days, certain, times and certain conditions. So you don't want to be caught unawares. So you do want to research that ahead of time. But as far as actually traveling with your dog, even if it's a small dog, you want to have a crash test harness and have them affixed to that in the back seat. In a car bed, something like that. Because if you were to stop suddenly, the dog becomes a missile and it can end up going against your windshield. It can go against you. You can lose control of the car. You can have injuries. They can have injuries. Very, very bad. Also, you don't want to have the window down more than 3 inches. People say, well, gosh, they just love hanging their head out the window. Well, it may feel good, but there's a reason why we have windshields is to protect us from dust and debris. And so they should have their window up to protect them from dust and debris. Also, their happy looking face may not really be a happy looking face. It may be anxiety because they're picking up all these olfactory things going on, the different scents in the air, and it can be overload. And so it can actually create a very anxious situation for them. So If you can get them tired out beforehand, again, that fast game of fetch, a long, long walk, have them sleep in the car, that's the most perfect thing.
Nothing better than, same goes for horses, nothing better than a tired animal, much more compliant when you get them proper exercise. How about eating? Man, all dogs love to bolt their food just like a wolf. They just gulp it down and look at you like you didn't put anything in the bowl. How do you keep your dog from eating in 2 seconds?
Well, you have to realize their world is very small. I mean, you are the world and food, and that's it. And it's a matter of control too. So I know this sounds really silly, but this does really, really work. So if you take their bowl of food, and of course, they're already going to be paying attention to you because you have the food, but sit down in front of them and have their food in bite-sized pieces, whether it's dry food or wet food. And again, this sounds really silly. You can feed them by hand, okay, but it's actually better if you use a fork, because when they go to bite, especially if they're very enthusiastic and they bite, they're going to stop that gulping, biting, lunging for the food, because when their teeth hit the fork, it's not very pleasant. So feed them with a fork. They'll learn to, and you say sit. So they sit, you give them the food, they'll chew it. They'll be waiting for more, give them the next one. And this also helps if they have digestive problems too.
One last thing, people, before you can do any of this, get your dog to sit or stay or communicate him with it all, you've got to get his attention. If you're out walking the dog and it's off leash, the dog's sniffing and exploring his world, how do you get your dog's attention? What's the importance also of waiting, before you give a command, making eye contact, make sure you've got the beginnings of the communication before you even try to make a command. But how do you get your dog's attention when he's doing other stuff?
Well, again, his world's very small, and for him to be outside is a wonderful thing. So if he is just not seeing you, you're going to have to rely on the verbal command come, and hopefully that's something that you've worked on at home and they are used to responding to your voice. But once he turns around to look at you, give him the sign language. You extend both arms out and you bring your index fingers up. And so at the same time, say come. And then they'll come to you instead of maybe a roundabout circuit way, which includes crossing the street or something like that. So before you let your dog loose in a situation like that, Jake, you should have those commands down. Otherwise, keep them on the leash.
Yeah. Well, I want to get the book. By the way, you can, especially if you got kids, middle grade and young adults, I love your Dylan series, Dylan's Villain, Dylan's Dream, Dylan's Dilemma. This is one famous Cocker Spaniel, Dylan. Those would be fun reading. You might learn a thing or two, but they're great for kids to read if you get a kid into reading. And then what about this Tales and Training Tips for Dog Owners? Dear Dylan's Dog Squad, we want to get a hold of this. Where can we find it? Amazon, all the usual?
All the usual, Amazon, bookstores, wherever books are sold. If they don't have it, they can order it for you.
All right. Well, I know a lot more now. Thank you, Kathleen, for coming on.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Kathleen Troy joining us on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Check out her book, Tales and Training Tips for Dog Owners, Dear Dylan's Dog Squad, Wisdom and Wags on pet ownership, and a lot more. KathleenTroy.com to learn more about her. We'll be back with Andrew Rossi on the show right after this quick break in the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Let's get to it. Back in the Zoom room, it's Rossi. Andrew Rossi. How's your Friday going?
Not too bad.
Stay out of Casper.
Well, I don't know if I can stay out of Casper tonight, Jake. I've got an obligation.
Are you going to Oswald's show?
I am.
No way. I'm so excited for you. Patton Oswalt just played Montana last night, and he's got 2 shows at Casper's Rialto Theater. Good for you. I know this guy is in something I know. I immediately recognize him when I see him.
Yeah, that's the impression I got from a lot of people in Wyoming is that they don't know the name, but they see him and they're like, I know I've seen him before somewhere. And honestly, I think the thing most people know him for isn't anything that he did, like he was in as an actor, like full body, but he was the voice of Remy the Rat in Ratatouille.
Yes, he's the voice of a lot of animated characters. And that's another thing. As soon as you hear his voice, you'll say, I know that guy. So when you see him and hear him, you'll say, I know that guy, but I had no idea he did stand-up. I have no idea if he's got to be funny, right?
Well, I mean, humor is always subjective, but I've listened to a lot of his stuff, and I think he's very funny.
Cool. Yeah, I'm excited. Did he really? He's coming to Wyoming. He and his traveling buddy, another stand-up comedian, Emo Phillips, I guess they were, at Starbucks the other day commenting on how the baristas all dress the same. That's another news story. And they thought, the only states we haven't been to, we done stand up everywhere except Wyoming and Montana. Let's do a little mini tour. Is that really how this came about?
That's how it came about. They posted a video where they both were just talking amongst themselves, and they realized they'd been to 48 of the 50 states, and the only 2 states they'd never performed in were Wyoming and Montana. So they decided to book shows in both so they could cross those states off the list. So this will be Patton Oswalt's first performance and Emo Phillips' first performance in Wyoming, and I'm curious to see if they have anything to say about it.
I know, I don't know if it's, oh yeah, Emo Phillips, I know. Yeah, I'm looking at photos of these guys. I know a lot of singers, musicians that come and sing in Wyoming, especially at elevation, comment on how they just don't have enough air to sing. They're like, man, you don't have any oxygen in your air. I wonder if it's the same for a stand-up comic, whether it be panting for breath. Like, where do you put the oxygen in Wyoming?
Well, I imagine they'd have something to say about that. They performed in Bozeman last night, so maybe they'll be a bit more accustomed to it.
They'll get acclimated. Yeah. All right. So still tickets available. What is the Rialto Theater? I haven't been. Is it pretty nice?
I've never been myself either, but it's been in Casper for over a century, I believe. It started out as a vaudeville performance venue, and then it became a movie theater, and it's been revamped a few times, but the latest renovation was done to convert it into a live performance space. And I spoke to one of the owners of the Rialto. They reopened last summer, almost a year ago in July 2024, and they're determined to put their name out there, and they want to get big name acts. So they've already had like Patrick Warburton there performing, and Patton Oswalt has a huge name for stand-up comedy. So they want to make a point by bringing big names to the Rialto to establish it as a venue, and Casper as a venue for these big name acts, and then filling in the rest of their calendar with smaller acts, open mic nights, and other opportunities to make it a community space, but then also a space that people who on a national scale who want to do comedy tours or music performances or concerts, they can think of the Rialto and think that's where I need to go in Wyoming.
I think that's very much needed in Casper. Jake Bigelow, co-owner of the Rialto, admits that Casper, the Rialto and Casper have not really been on the map for big names. They're trying to change that and sprinkle in some local regional acts as well. Good for them. And good. You're going to have a great time. You going to tonight's show or tomorrow?
I'm going to tonight's show. I got a table right next to the stage, and I'm hoping I might get a few minutes to talk with Patton and Emo myself. So fingers crossed on that one.
Cool. Well, don't get stabbed and enjoy yourself. That sounds like fun. What's the deal with this rogue grizzly tipping over dumpsters? Man,
how about that?
I mean, some of these dumpsters, the bear-proof dumpsters, that's the reason they call them bear-proof. Like, they've probably tested these things. There's not many grizzlies smart enough and tough enough to get into them, but they got one in Yellowstone that was, he figured it out, and he was...
Well, to be fair, they didn't specify, Yellowstone didn't specify about whether or not the bear broke into the dumpsters or the trash cans, but it sure knew how to throw its weight around. These dumpsters weigh upwards of 800 pounds when they're fully loaded, and this grizzly found ways to tip them over in the attempt to get access to them. And even more so, the trash cans have concrete bases so that they can resist this kind of force, but the bear managed to do that too, and it went for over a month. It was frequenting different spots, exhibiting these same behaviors. So it had a pretty long leash. It's not a 3 strikes, you're out kind of policy in this case. Sounds like there were multiple incidents, and finally they decided that the only way they could safely deal with this was to trap and kill the bear in question.
This bear was how old?
11 years old, according to the National Park Service.
11 years old and had a history of doing this. And we're talking about some like high profile areas. This isn't in the middle of nowhere. I mean, these dumps, like this was in where, like Old Faithful, like places where there's lots of people.
Yep, Old Faithful, Geyser Basin, the Midway Geyser Basin, and a few picnic areas as well. So, and that's the catch-22 of this whole thing, is that the bear was breaking into dumpsters to get human food and trash, and you're going to find the most trash at the areas with the most people. So it was frequenting those areas. So it was a question not of if, but when there was going to be a human grizzly incident, because I mean, I don't think anybody likes it when people get between them and their food, and grizzlies especially. So it's only a matter of time before this grizzly was doing its thing and somebody came on the wrong side of it. So it's one of those hard decisions that they rarely have to make in Yellowstone, but this was unfortunately one of those cases.
Yeah. Well, bears are so smart, and it wouldn't take very many times for them to be positively reinforced, rewarded with, the first dumpster this bear broke into and had a good snack. I mean, That's just got to go into the mindset now, and that's a hard habit to break, I would imagine. Tough call for Yellowstone officials, but
Yeah, I've had the chili at Old Faithful. I don't know if I'd break into a dumpster for it, but good stuff.
Really? All right, man. Enjoy the show at Casper. Tell Oswald I said hi and emo, and yeah, that sounds like fun.
I'm sure it'll give us plenty to talk about next week.
Yeah, weekend at the Rialto, get a story out of it, and let's chat about how fun it was. Yeah, I'm interested to see. I bet he's funny. He's got to be funny.
I'm looking forward to it.
Pat and Oswald at the Rialto. Tickets, try to get some tickets for tonight and tomorrow's show in Casper. Thanks. Have a great weekend, Andrew.
You too, Jake.
Andrew Rossi joining the Cowboy State Daily Show. And yeah, we're all heading to Casper. We're going to the Rialto to see Pat and Oswald, Emo Phillips, stand-up comedians playing Wyoming because they've never been to Wyoming. Let's show them what this state is like. Let's pack the joint and have a big turnout for the shows. And Patton will probably wonder, why haven't I done this sooner? We're going to take a break for top of the hour news, and we'll be back with more next hour. More special guests and a lot to do. So stick with us on this Friday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Doctors are leaving or have left Cheyenne Regional Medical Center over what they're calling ethical reasons and horrible staffing issues. One cardiac surgeon told Cowboy State Daily's Justin George that there are, quote, unethical things going on, adding that the hospital staff is not telling families the real truth. The president of the Cheyenne Regional Medical Center Board of Trustees, however, said the complaints were made by a vocal minority.
Doctors, nurses, and others were saying that there were all sorts of problems going on, especially staffing issues, safety lapses, procedural problems. They had said that none of it was being addressed, and that was becoming problematic. One doctor we spoke to said patients weren't being told that complications had sort of stemmed from those issues. Some of those problems were either being held or shielded away from them, and that caused him to leave, actually.
Although trustees gave CEO Tim Thornell a unanimous vote of full confidence after interviewing or meeting with current and former hospital employees, the board has acknowledged some of the issues raised and said more attention would be directed toward recruitment and retention of doctors, improving the culture surrounding safety and quality incident reporting, and making sure contractors meet patient care standards. A semicircle of federal agents and officers met Thursday in a fenced lot before neither the sun nor Casper's signature wind had a chance to rise. It was 10 minutes until 4 a.m., and the 4 U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers based in the central Wyoming town, along with 4 other federal agents, were preparing for a day of watching, waiting, and apprehending illegal aliens. And in the agency's first ever media ride-along in Wyoming, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was there for it all.
I had been discussing doing a ride along with ICE for months because they're high interest right now. And so when I was invited to do what multiple ICE personnel are recalling as the only Wyoming ride along that they know of in their tenures, I was instantly a yes. So they took me and Mike McCrimmon, my videographer, to the federal facility in Casper, where a semicircle of Homeland Security Investigations Special Agents and ICE enforcement officers gathered to get their briefing. Some of them learning of the targets pretty much for the first time, who they were going after that day. The most shocking part was when the HSI special agent walked in with a box full of meth, and he was like, look at this. And then he gave us a whole presentation about how they nabbed the meth and arrested someone, and how they think someone with ties to Mexico is orchestrating those boxes, and they're on the lookout for that person.
4 ICE enforcement officers are too few for this region, according to the leader of the Casper agents. More help is on the way, but new recruits face a roughly 18-month training, background check, and preparation process. The agency is expanding its footprint throughout Wyoming in other ways, which includes tentative plans to build a facility in Rock Springs. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
A grizzly bear was captured and killed in Yellowstone National Park this week after becoming too used to human food. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the 11-year-old male grizzly had repeatedly sought out human food, turning over several bear-proof dumpsters and bear-resistant trash cans in several different areas of the park between April 3rd and May 13th.
This bear, according to the National Park Service, had upturned bear-resistant dumpsters near Old Faithful and near the Midway Geyser Basin, and it even knocked over several bear-resistant trash cans, which they have concrete bases specifically to prevent this kind of behavior from happening. And there were multiple incidents between early April and mid-May. So they made the decision that this was going to cause an incident eventually. Somebody was going to run afoul of this grizzly because grizzlies don't like anything getting between them and their food. And when we're talking about a spot like Old Faithful, which is the busiest spot by far in the park, it wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when.
Because the incidents were happening near some of the busiest spots in Yellowstone, the decision was made to euthanize the bear rather than relocate it. This is the first grizzly to be killed within the boundaries of Yellowstone since 2017. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and a finally Friday edition, May 16. What happened on this day in history? Let's find out. 1885, May 16th, Buffalo Bill's Wild West Show makes an appearance in Chicago, Illinois. Buffalo Bill out Chi-Town. 1905, this day, the Acme Consolidated Gold and Mining Company incorporated in Wyoming. That's not the same Acme that sells Coyote all those weapons and devices to get the Roadrunner. It's a different Acme. This day, 1918, the Sedition Act passed by the U.S. Congress, making criticism of the government an imprisonable offense of 20 years or $20,000. The Sedition Act 1918, you can't make fun of the government or make criticism of the government or you could be fined. Wow. Did not know that. Also on this day, downtown Rawlins Historic District was added to the National Register of Historic Places. downtown Rollins. It was this day that the Cokeville Elementary bombing occurred. Cokeville Elementary School bombing. 1986. Read more about that. I wrote a story about that. The longest story ever written in Cowboy State Daily. Before Jen Coker knocked me off that spot. It's a long story, but there's so much to tell. It's incredible, fascinating, and very much miraculous. In fact, boy, that's kind of a good segue to go to Pastor Nancy Frecka. Yeah. Let's do that. That's a really good segue to get into the Zoom room. Nancy Frecka joins us, Pastor Nancy Frecka, and I was just talking, Nancy, about I was doing This Day in Wyoming History, May 16th, and there was an incident called the Cokeville Elementary School bombing when a man and his wife went into the elementary school in Cokeville, tiny little school, and they had a bomb. And they took hostages, 150 kids, and it ended with the bomb going off. But it was, everybody says it was a miracle, Nancy, that the only people killed were the bombers, not the kids. Every explosive expert said this bomb should have destroyed the classroom and everybody in it. And somehow the bomb only exploded upwards and everyone survived. And it was, they talk about it still today. This happened in 1986. It's the miracle of Cokeville bombing. And miracles still happen today. Nancy Frecka will be the first one to tell you that. The supernatural still happens today. So that's why we segued right to you. Thanks for coming on the show, by the way. How's everything?
Thanks for having me. Everything's great. And that's an incredible story. I mean, how horrific that somebody would even think to kill children. But God protected them. And that's what my life's been about.
Oh,
it's over and over again. My book, God Says You Can Trust Me, Supernatural Encounters with God, is full of stories where the experts have said this is not possible.
I am interested to learn more. I don't want you to give away everything that's in the book, but I think the biggest thing is, a lot of people have trouble trusting God, trusting somebody in charge of everything. But believe you me and believe Nancy Frecka, there is a God and you can trust, and you might need to take little baby steps first. Don't take the huge leap of faith first, but Nancy's going to tell you how she did it. And it's incredible. It begins with, in your book, you document 2 near-death experiences. You were flatlined. You were dead. And what
I was in the hospital. It's documented. I was gone.
Yeah.
It was an amazing experience. The first one was in 1981. And I had been sick and I wasn't taking care of myself. I know a lot of people can relate to this with the crazy schedules. You go, oh, I'll take care of me later. I'll take care of me later. Well, I can tell you one thing. Don't do that, because I literally died over it. And the story goes that the process of not taking care of me ended up in me having a cardiac arrest in the hospital. I went into, I had really bad pain. They thought I was having a heart attack. As it turns out, it was a really bad stomach. But what happened is I went into a shock, which threw me into a cardiac arrest. And I was taken to, I was in the hospital, and that's when I floated out of my body and went to heaven. And I can tell you, when you're in heaven, whatever you've got to do, it's worth it. It is totally worth it. It also took a lot of fear away from me of dying. I have no fear of dying. And other people I've talked to that have gone through this have no fear. Because if you know where you're going, it's pretty cool. And it doesn't get much better than that.
You mean now that you've had that experience, you don't fear, or during the experience, all fear was removed? What do you mean?
I had no fear. It was like watching a movie. And there was no fear. It was just fabulous. And it was like, oh, and when I floated out of my body, it was like, oh, look at that. Look what they're doing. No fear. And then as I went into be with Jesus, the love was incredible. And as you walk with him and you follow his leading, he protects you. I mean, I had a guy try and break into my house years ago, and he was out on parole for murder. And him and his gang were robbing my neighbors, and they tried to rob my house. Well, because I was the only eyewitness, he tried to kill me. And there's a whole story about that. And actually, one of the guys who turned state's evidence, they murdered him. And so they were serious about it. So what I'm saying is that as you follow the Lord, and he will protect you. He will provide for you in ways that you never thought possible. I never thought I'd be doing books and on the show with you, Jake, and there's so many blessings that have come from it. But the truth is, you have to listen and you have to build a relationship. So the first baby step is to believe there is a God and that God Almighty is there for you, and he created you in his image and likeness. And from that, as you learn to walk with him, you learn to hear him. I make it so that people have told me about the stories in my book that help them understand how to hear the voice of God, how to walk with him. Just like you said, don't start with something big, I teach people how to find a parking spot. And they go and they laugh and they say, God wants you to know where. And he said, if he cares about every hair on your head, why not? Why wouldn't he care about a parking spot? Well, in one of my classes, one of the girls came back and she said she was at Kent State and she had to get to a nursing test. It was her final, and you can't be late because they'll lock you out. And she was panicking because she couldn't find a parking spot. So she remembered what I told her. She said a prayer, and immediately a parking spot showed up and she wasn't late. So I know it's an insignificant thing, but you don't start with major things to build trust. How do you trust a friend? One step at a time. When that friend does what he or she says she'll do, then you begin to trust. And that's the same thing with God. He doesn't lie, and he can't break his word. And so if you trust him, and the Bible tells you what his word is and what he promises. So when you do that, and when you go to heaven, and hopefully everybody hearing my voice will get to go, because it's worth whatever you have to do. The love that you feel is unconditional. And the hard part is, on earth, we don't have an example of unconditional. We try to be that way with our kids and other people. But the truth is, love is conditional on earth. That if somebody hurts us, then we go, oh, I'm not going to love you no more. That kind of story.
Yeah.
But when you go to heaven and you're with God, he's unconditional. And the love you feel is, as I say to people in audiences, and I say, it's like for the woman who's ever had a baby, the moment you put that baby in your arms, it's 1,000 times that. And for the guys or anyone else that hasn't had a baby, it's the best experience you've ever had times 1,000. It's just not possible to describe it. Our brain can only relate to what we have a reference point for. And we don't have a reference point for unconditional. We have a reference point for our type of love, but we don't have a reference point for unconditional love. And that's why whatever you have to do to get to heaven, it's well worth it.
Take this advice from Nancy Freca. She knows not once but twice a near-death experience, got a taste of the promised heaven and our eternal reward. You're not the only one. You hear these stories all the time, a near-death experience. People recount the very similar things. Locally, we have Dr. Mary Neal, who experienced the same thing and wrote a book, and it just transformed her life. Can we go back real quick to that experience, Nancy? Because I know you're a pastor, you're an award-winning businesswoman, you're on a spiritual path now, you're an author, speaker. Did you have? Where were you in your walk of faith when you had the first near-death experience? Was this the first time you said, "Wow"? Or had you already had some faith? Maybe it wasn't as strong and robust as it is now. Where were you on your walk when that first time happened?
That's a good question. I was a Christian. I believed in God and Jesus, in the Holy Spirit. But I can't say that, I'm in the same place. I mean, I had what a lot of people have was an average relationship with God.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to church, and it wasn't like I wasn't a pastor for sure, and all that goes with that. But it was, I would call myself normal at that point. I mean, I've had supernatural experiences from the time I was born. I was born blind with translucent skin, and because my mother was an Rh negative. But I've always known God in my own way. There's no formula that you have to be able to have this kind of love. He loves us no matter what we do. He doesn't always like what we do, but he loves us. And I think that's the hard part, because we're so conditional on earth that if you do this, I'll love you. If you don't do this, I'll love you. And with God, he's not conditional, but he does reward the faithful. And those that walk on his path with him, he rewards. And I've seen that myself over and over again. And he's pulled me out of the fires of trouble over and over again. And just in the second time I did it, that I had that experience in '89, he picked it up from where I left it off. And I won't go into all the details because you can read about that. But what I got out of it was an important message that Jesus gave me in that second time I died. And it was so important, it changed my life. And I use it today. And that is so important for us to understand that it's forgiveness. And we can't move forward. And the story of how that came about and what's involved in that is in the book. But I know that learning that I can't move forward in my life until I forgive whoever or whatever made a big difference. And even today, when something happens or someone irritates me or whatever it may be, I have to say, no, that's judgment. I have to forgive him. It doesn't mean I approve, and it doesn't mean I like it, but it means that I'm obeying God, because he says, judge not, lest thee be judged. So
yeah,
that's important.
Common theme of the Bible, and I think a lot of us know that, to harbor bitterness and unforgiveness, it poisons the container that it's in. And there's, you don't need that in you. You want to talk about miracles, miracle of miracles. Nancy Fruck has authored 3 books. Can you believe that? You called yourself a reluctant author, and you've got 3 books out now. How does that happen?
Well, it wasn't my idea. And that's why I call myself a reluctant author. I mean, as you read the stories, you'll understand I'm being very vulnerable. And on Amazon, I have all 5 stars. The ratings, it's 5 stars.
I saw that. Yeah.
And because of that, people have told me this section or this story or episode spoke to them and made a difference, because it's not just that I died, which is a big deal, that you die and you go to heaven twice, but it's also how he rescued me from dangerous situations, how he also took me on an 11-day trip to Maine and provided with no reservations. You go to Maine over the 4th of July, you better have reservations. And the deal was he was teaching me to trust him. And so we went for 11 days up the coast and never had one reservation for dinner or for hotels. And he provided wonderfully. We'd walk up and we'd go to give our name after this long line that you walk past, and they'd say, "Do you want a table by the water?" And I'd say, in the beginning, I was surprised. Like, what? And every time, except for one time, we didn't ask, because the deal was we had to ask and tell him what we wanted. And that's the secret. Most people are afraid to ask him. He wants to know what you want. And it really is, think of it as a friend. Your friend wants to bless you. Your friend wants to have fun with you and take care of you any way they can support you. And God's got it all, and he wants to do the same thing, only even better.
Pastor Nancy Frecka authored this book we're talking about. You Can Trust Me, says God. You know, I think a lot of reasons why people don't trust God is they don't get the answer they're expecting. How do you trust God when you don't see the plan? God's often got a higher plan, a different plan. You may ask for something and not get it, but the plan is in works. How do you remember that God, what he's got is he's got your best in mind, even though it might not be the plan you thought you were on?
Jake, that's a really good question, because the hard part is that his plans, his ways are not our ways. And his plans are always better than ours, but many times we can't see that. I've got a list of, what do you mean you did this? This isn't what I prayed for.
Yeah.
But, and I can promise you this, if you stay faithful and do what he tells you to do, even though you don't want to, and especially if it doesn't make sense, you will be blessed for it and you'll be glad you did it. I have never followed his leading where I was disappointed. But many times it wasn't what I thought. And that's the hard part, because we want to understand. And when you understand, that's okay. He gave us a brain. We're not supposed to be ignorant. But at the same time, he wants us to trust him. And so if you went into the woods or a forest or a jungle, let's say a jungle, you went into a jungle and you had a guide who knew the jungle and knew where to go and where not to go, you'd follow him, wouldn't you? Well, God knows it all. And it's more than a jungle. I mean, life can be a jungle, as we all know. But it's so important to follow his leading. And that's why you have to have a relationship with him so you can hear him and you can follow him. And he will confirm if it's him. Because a lot of people ask me, how do you know it's him? Well, that's a really good question. Because many times I've had my desire or thought, and I thought it was him, but I had to go back and pray, and he always confirms it when it's him.
Heartwarming, riveting book shared by Nancy Frecka. I'm going to tell people where to go to find this. Nancy, by the way, married to John. They live in Ohio with a family that's so big, the Thanksgiving Day table, I don't know, how do you fit? You got a big family, huh?
Well, when my late husband died a few years ago, and this is our new marriage together, and he has 5 children, 10 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren, and I have 2 children and 3 grandchildren. And so when you put the numbers together with the in-laws and everything, or not in-laws, but the daughter-in-laws and son-in-laws, you got 30 people.
Ooh.
And so, yeah, but not all of them live here. So they're in various places and that, but it's wonderful to have family.
This book will help you learn. And yeah, I did. That's the first thing I noticed when I found that on Amazon, Nancy. 5-star, like nobody less than 5-star. People love it. You Can Trust Me, says God, a journal of true life episodes in learning to trust God. Where do we get this? Amazon, Barnes & Noble?
It's on Amazon. You can order it any place.
Okay.
And but the easiest place is Amazon.
All right. I'm heading there myself. This sounds like something I need in my life. Learn how to trust God. He's got your best plan in mind. And start small if you want. Parking. From parking to eternal promises. Yeah, you can trust God. Nancy Frecka, thank you for being on. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. God bless, Jake.
God bless. Have a great weekend.
You too. Bye.
Pastor Nancy Frecka on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll take a quick break. Come right back with more.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator John Barrasso, and I'm teaming up with the Wyoming Center on Aging at the University of Wyoming for their campaign, Tough Enough to Know Your Numbers. May is National High Blood Pressure Education Month. It's a good time to learn and educate yourself on maintaining a healthy blood pressure. Hypertension or high blood pressure is when the force of the blood going through your blood vessels is consistently too high. If untreated, this can cause all sorts of major problems, including heart disease, a heart attack, or stroke. Now, you can help control your high blood pressure by staying active, keeping a healthy diet, and knowing the proper use of medications if needed. It's worth knowing your blood pressure numbers and talking with your healthcare provider about what is best for you.
Are you tough enough to know your numbers? You can check out a blood pressure cuff kit in all 23 counties and 67 libraries across the state of Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org. You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
I mean, this can't be true. Bees kill horses in Texas. 3 horses in Texas were stung to death by bees. Gross. The bees are believed to be the Africanized honeybees, the bad ones. Aren't those the ones that are like way bigger than regular bees? How did African honeybees get over here anyway? The horses' bodies covered in welts. Oh, just gruesome that bees can sting an animal to death. Investigators looking into the cause of the horse's death in Texas found eventually the beehive where millions of bees were in there. The beehive was approximately, get this, 7 feet long. Golly. killer bees. They're known as these Africanized honeybees. I remember seeing a photograph, a photo of like all the different kinds of bees that are good, bees that are bad, hornets, wasps that are not good. And it was comparing like what you should be looking for, because we know we need bees. Bees pollinate. Bees are crucial to agriculture. But the right kind of bees, right? The bees that behave themselves, not these Africanized killer bees. And I think they're bigger. How do I look that up? I could ask Siri, but Siri's not listening, hopefully, after the $95 million lawsuit. The class action suit brought on Apple for Siri having over-aggressive listening. How was that? You were talking about bees? Siri asked. Yeah, Apple had to pay $95 million settlement. You might be entitled to $20 per device for Siri listening too much. I wish Siri was listening now. Siri, show me the photo of all the bees, different kinds of bees next to each other. Bee type of, maybe I'll just put type of bees. Types, species of bees. Oh, I can't type. This is why you need Siri. But I don't trust her. I don't want her listening into my business. Type, species of bees. I think the Africanized killer bee is like gigantic, like way bigger than your average regular American bee. Exploring bee, 14 types of bee species. Okay, well, I don't want to read too much. I just want to see the photographs of them side by side. I remember seeing something like that. I can't find it. But yeah, I would not want to come into contact with these Africanized honeybees, infamous for being bad-tempered and taking over areas once they establish themselves, known as killer bees, aggressive behavior. I guess they're not super big. They're not like way bigger than regular bees. Actually, it looks like a regular old bee that wants to kill horses. Holy cow. May 9th, the morning of May 9th, where in Texas is this? Bailey Hillman knew something wasn't right. She put her 3 horses out on fresh grass, front of the yard. Instead of grazing, the horses were standing still, heads down. And a large cloud of what she thought was flies surrounding them. When she went outside, she realized it was actually bees. Huge swarm of bees attacking. Over the course of that morning, Hillman, along with her partner James Ramirez, called 911. Firefighters from 2 counties, emergency medical technicians, veterinarians would fight to protect the horses from the bees believed to be Africanized honeybees. Despite all their efforts, all 3 horses succumbed to the attack and died. Man, oh man. Stung to death. Hillman said, I ran out, when she first found the bees and thought they were flies. She said, they attacked me. As soon as I got outside, they were in my ears, flew in my glasses, in my hair. Oh, gross. What's with these bees? And these are the bad bees. We need bees, but not this kind. Kristi Noem wants a $50 million airplane. That's peanuts compared to President Trump's $400 million Qatari airplane. But apparently Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has put on her wish list a brand new $50 million Gulfstream. Wow. Here's how it became known. The U.S. Coast Guard made a last-minute change to its 2025 budget that included one line item, $50 million for a new plane for Secretary Kristi Noem, of Homeland Security Secretary. Illinois Representative Lauren Underwood, during a hearing Wednesday of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Homeland Security, said, "I was horrified to find we had received a last-minute addition to the spending plan for 2025. It included a $50 million Gulfstream 5 for Secretary Noem's personal travel." Underwood said she already has a Gulfstream 5, by the way. This would be a new one. Imagine Lauren Underwood's. She's got to be a Democrat, right? I got to look her up. Yeah, imagine poor Democrats now just trying to deal with Representative Lauren Underwood, Illinois. It doesn't. How can it not say? Is she a Democrat or a Republican? She's got to be a Democrat. Yes. Lauren Underwood's a Democrat. So she's looking over the budget. Last minute item comes in, $50 million. That's going to be an eye opener. And then she finds out it's an airplane, a Gulfstream 5. Oh, we should all be so lucky as to be traveling around in a Gulfstream 5, but we're all not the Homeland Security Secretary. I mean, Kristi Noem is somebody. But the gall of ordering a brand new $50 million Gulfstream 5 when she already has one, by the way, says Lauren Underwood, Democrat. This would be a new one. Well, I think Noem's just trying to get in while the getting's good. POTUS has got a new $400 million Air Force One from the Arabs. And Kristi Noem wants a $50 million Gulfstream 5 to replace the aging, decrepit Gulfstream 5 she already has. Why not go for a Gulfstream 6, Kristi? Is there such a thing? Gulfstream 6. Let me see. Yeah, there's Gulfstream G650. Gulfstream 7 cost you $80 million. So, yeah, you can upgrade if you're Kristi Noem. Delta, I still am surprised at Delta's idea of changing this, how they book their seats. Airline travel is already wrought with problems. But this story, Delta's in the news like 3 times today. Delta's CEO did announce a new policy with Delta. If you go to book a flight on Delta now, you're going to see a whole new way to book a flight. You can get different kind of seats and 3 different kind of tiers in different sections of the plane. This is just to tack on what Delta was already doing, which is buy a seat and then upgrade your seat. If you actually want to choose the seat you get rather than let it just fall to chance, if you actually want to pick your seat, that's an upgrade that costs more money. If you actually want a seat that's in the aisle, not in the middle, that's an upgrade, costs more money. If you want a seat that has a seat belt, that's an upgrade, costs more money. If you want a seat that's not lumpy, that's an upgrade, costs more. You know, it's just ridiculous the tack-ons these airlines do. But now Delta's got a whole new way of doing it. They announced a new seating plan, and it's more confusing than ever. But the Delta CEO also announced something I think we kind of knew was real anyway. Delta CEO says one of the most popular routes that they fly was faster in the 1950s than it is today. And he blamed antiquated air traffic control causing delays. Delta CEO Ed Bastian said flying from Atlanta to New York now takes longer than it did in the 1950s. And he said air traffic control systems, they're all backed up. Massive delays. We just heard about Newark and the delays at Newark, the problems at Newark. And in addition, we just heard about the other day, Denver air traffic control for 6 precarious minutes. Denver lost contact with all pilots. Pilots coming into land saying, am I okay to land on runway such and such? Crickets. 6 minutes communications were down due to some kind of glitch at Denver. DIA, they don't call it DIA anymore. I don't know what it's called. The Denver airport. I mean, that's unacceptable. That's scary. That's dangerous. You heard, who was the head of the FAA? He was saying the other day, the air traffic control, these systems are so antiquated that they have to go buy parts. When stuff breaks down, they got to go on eBay to buy parts. Up to 20 pilots were en route to Denver Airport, found themselves unable to contact air traffic control. This happened on Monday. And this occurred for 6 minutes. That's not good. Yeah, we got to get Wendy Core in the room. So let me take a quick break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues right after this break. Wendy Core up next.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Joining the conversation, Wendy Coors with us on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Friday. Wendy, what's going on?
It's Friday. That's always a good thing.
Friday.
So it's been raining so much up here in Northwest Wyoming. It is just, the ground is soaked, just soaked. So that's good unless you live out in the country and it's all mud.
Oh.
But
do you have like...
Jumbo mud.
Yeah, you need a mud room. It's this season where you're just tracking mud in all the time.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, but no, it's spring and all the trees are budding and blooming and everybody's got allergies, but I love seeing the buds on the trees. It's a good thing. Jake, how are things in Jackson?
A little bit wet, but not like soaky. I had a wedding yesterday. It was awesome.
Awesome. You got to go do a wedding and have a DJ moment?
DJ the wedding. 21-year-old Sadri got married to the quarterback of the Idaho State Bengals college team. Yeah,
that's a big wedding, though. Quarterback for the college team?
Yeah, he had his whole football team there. Like, it looked like everybody was like 6'5" minimum. Everybody was huge. Yeah, that was fun.
That's too fun. Isn't it great when we've got these side things? Our music program in Cody starts up next week. So then my afternoons get very full.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah. Yep, that's all right. This is year 21 for the Dan Miller Cowboy Music Review. And so it's very cool to be able to get started with the music again. We're getting back in music mode.
Let me ask
grand
you,
times.
Do you sing harmonies?
Mm-hmm. And leads. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And when you're singing harmony, do you acknowledge that two people's voices can just blend together really well? And I'm trying to think of what groups or duos we know famous where the voices
pick the Everly Brothers.
Yeah, like often it's siblings. There's something in the DNA, but sometimes it's not. And the voices just like they just go together so well.
Well, look at, all the great country groups, the Oak Ridge Boys or the which are very different voices and things like different timbres, different textures of voices.
Yeah.
But yeah, and when you do it, so like my kids and I, especially my daughter and I, naturally, we open our mouths and it's just but it's genetics. With Dan and I, we've been doing it for so long. I've been singing with Dan. This will be 18 years I've been singing with Dan. And after a few years, you learn, you hear, you adjust the texture of your voice and how much air comes out and you just make it all work. But it takes a good ear too. You have to listen. You have to listen for the other person in order to make it work too. So there's a technique to singing harmonies. There really is. You don't just open your mouth and sing your part.
I'm so discouraged with, and I'm so embarrassed by Casper right now. Casper, can you get it together? Oh my goodness.
I went to college there, and I can't say I loved it when I was there, but I loved my college. I loved Casper College. But it is a dangerous place now. We always thought, Riverton was which it still is.
Yeah.
But it's still a dangerous place. But Casper is becoming violent and dangerous.
I don't recognize it anymore. It's what?
Yeah. Did you ever live there?
No.
Did you ever spend any time there? Yeah.
No, I was, just visiting. But today's Casper is not Casper of 10 years ago. I don't understand what's happening and how you turn it around. Andrew Rossi's on his way to Casper to go see a comedy show, stand-up comedy, Patton Oswalt.
That's right.
Andrew,
at the Rialto.
At the glorious Rialto.
Glorious Rialto, which had $1.50 movies when I was in college. You'd go there for $1.50. Yeah, it was great. That in the America.
We're planning funeral services for Andrew next week. I told him, hey, be careful, man, but that'll be fun. Yeah. What a show, comedy
I'm
show.
I'm so glad he gets to go. That's the thing about our people. Our people are not afraid to go, not afraid, but not even hesitant. Yeah, I'll go do that. Yeah, I'll go do that. But look at Claire.
Claire with a ride-along.
Embedded with ice. Oh my gosh, that's insane. Of course, we didn't know anything about it until it was done because you can't say anything.
Oh.
And so, we were told, so we've got our 8:30 meetings and we were told yesterday, well, Claire's on assignment this morning. Okay, well, we'll find out later. Turns out she and Mike McCrimmon were, with ice and doing the arrest and learning, but they were learning. And that's one of the things that's so great about journalism. Is we're not just there to tell a story. We take that story, we internalize it, and then that allows us insight into the other things that we are then able to report on. And I just think that any learning opportunity like that, for whether it's Cowboy State Daily, whether it's just you're a regular person, you want to find out more, do. Because when you educate yourself, everything becomes deeper. everything has more context, more meaning. And I'm so impressed that, number one, that she went, but number two, that they invited her. First ever. Nobody's ever been invited to go on a ride along with Wyoming Ice until Claire McFarland, no other media person.
Yeah, and I think Claire's proved herself to be friendly with LE, friendly with crime and attorneys and judges and all. Like, she lives in that world in a responsible way, and they reciprocated with an invite to do a ride along with ICE. I love the quote from ICE spokespeople, because I think the fear from some is ICE is, under Trump's mandates, they're just rounding people up in the paddy wagon and shipping them back out to the country they came from. And the spokesperson said, we're not doing sweeps and raids. When we go get someone, they're targeted. We know exactly who we're looking for.
Yeah, in Wyoming, and then again, I think that says a lot about Wyoming too, because I mean, Claire says this in her story. In Wyoming, they aren't in danger like they are in 95% of the ICE arrests that they do in Colorado, even right next door, are the dangerous ones. The ones 95, that's only 25% of what they do in Wyoming. Most of their Wyoming is the person was arrested on something else. So they're being held in a detention center, and ICE can come get them because they broke a different law and they noticed, oh, they're flagged for ICE. So ICE goes and gets them, and it's a smooth transition. And so to be in that situation where you are very carefully surveilling and you're very carefully going out there and watching and waiting, and the classic stakeout, that's only about 25% of what ICE in Wyoming does. And I think that it allows them time. To me, it seems like it allows them time to be more careful. Whereas in other parts of the country where it is more difficult, there is so much more danger out there. I think it makes a difference. And again, it makes us blessed to be in Wyoming, because we have the best of those worlds, and we don't have to worry too much about those things.
Let me ask you something, Wendy. You're going for your coffee fix at the local Starbucks. Is it important to you that the employees there, the baristas, are following a dress code of any kind?
So I have a unique spin on this.
Oh.
I've not worked for Starbucks. I was a manager for a coffee shop in Cody, and I loved it. Dress code was jeans or khakis, wear a t-shirt. We did have our t-shirts. We had the Mojo t-shirts. You had to wear it. What is the problem here? Why can't they just say, okay, I'll wear a black t-shirt? What's the issue? To me, it's making a whole lot over nothing. Just wear a black t-shirt, people. What's the problem? That's my personal opinion. You should not hang your career on whether or not you can wear a different color t-shirt under your green apron. What? Just wear a black t-shirt. What's the big deal? Why make a federal case out of it? That's my thought.
Yeah.
It's a dress code. Everybody has dress codes. So, I mean, you don't, Jake, but everybody has dress codes.
Yeah, I probably should, though. The one who really needs it. Yeah.
But when you do a DJ job, you have a dress code.
Yeah.
You have the clothes that you wear for that purpose. Wear a black t-shirt. That's just me.
Wendy says,
because again,
get over yourself. Yeah.
Why make a big deal out of this?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's me. But I'm not standing in their shoes. It just seems to me to be much ado about nothing.
I love your video conversation with Dale Killingback. Dale was sort of incredulous over watching a court, Judge Nicole Collier questioning Andrew Barrett, who between barking like a dog and making bizarre noises, then answered. I think this guy has a form of Tourette's syndrome or something, but what a weird, a serial biter. He's now bitten his second person.
Yeah, no, it is. When I first got on the Zoom with Dale, And he said, you should have been in the courtroom. I said, Dale, say that for the soundbite, because that just makes it. And so he did. He said, boy, you should have been there, because it was something. So does he have a Tourette's? Is his mind, because he was obviously caught with meth and marijuana.
Yeah.
He's a habitual offender. He's a habitual criminal. So we know all these things. How much of that is a compulsion? How much of that is a compulsion? How much of that is if he's, barking like a dog and making animal noises and stuff like that, and then he talks very clearly to the judge, how much of that is he just, he has no filter and he just decides he's going to make a ruckus? I don't know. But the guy definitely is not, he's, what's the word for somebody who's normal, neuro something? Anyway, yeah, not neurodivergent, but the opposite.
I don't know.
Yeah. I think he's a bit divergent from the norm, I think.
What's going on with the Roundup podcast this weekend?
Guess what? We get to talk to another one of Cowboy State Daily's own. I love highlighting our reporters. I've gotten to highlight you, Leo. I've gotten to highlight Jen Coker. I got to highlight Mark Hines this week. And so tomorrow, you all, audience, get to find out why Mark knows so much about the outdoors, why he loves it so much, what brought him to Cowboy State Daily, the fact that he has all of these other journalistic hats that he's worn over the years. It just, to me, I like the behind the scenes stories. I like to know somebody's story. When I hear them tell me about all the things that they're reporting on, I like to know why. Why do they know so much about this? And so that's our conversation with Mark Hines tomorrow. And or tonight, depending on how late you get on Cowboy State Daily's website. Late tonight, it'll be up. But yeah, so that's a lot of fun. Mark, of course, is moving. He's been in Laramie for 12 years, and now he and his wife and their newly graduated daughter are moving to Riverton. So they're going to join the Fremont County crew. What do they call us when we're in a location? So anyway, the team in Fremont County, that's where they're going to be.
I'll be excited to learn more about what makes Mark Hines tick. Check that out in the Roundup with Wendy Core. Have a great weekend, Wendy.
Thanks, Jake. You too.
Top of the hour news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Doctors are leaving or have left Cheyenne Regional Medical Center over what they're calling ethical reasons and horrible staffing issues. One cardiac surgeon told Cowboy State Daily's Justin George that there are, quote, unethical things going on, adding that the hospital staff is not telling families the real truth. The president of the Cheyenne Regional Medical Center Board of Trustees, however, said the complaints were made by a vocal minority.
Doctors, nurses, and others were saying that there were all sorts of problems going on, especially staffing issues, safety lapses, procedural problems. They had said that none of it was being addressed, and that was becoming problematic. One doctor we spoke to said patients weren't being told that complications had sort of stemmed from those issues. Some of those problems were either being held or shielded away from them, and that caused him to leave, actually.
Although trustees gave CEO Tim Thornell a unanimous vote of full confidence after interviewing or meeting with current and former hospital employees, the board has acknowledged some of the issues raised and said more attention would be directed toward recruitment and retention of doctors, improving the culture surrounding safety and quality incident reporting, and making sure contractors meet patient care standards. A semicircle of federal agents and officers met Thursday in a fenced lot before neither the sun nor Casper's signature wind had a chance to rise. It was 10 minutes until 4 a.m., and the 4 U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers based in the central Wyoming town, along with 4 other federal agents, were preparing for a day of watching, waiting, and apprehending illegal aliens. And in the agency's first ever media ride-along in Wyoming, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland McFarland was there for it all.
I had been discussing doing a ride along with ICE for months because they're high interest right now. And so when I was invited to do what multiple ICE personnel are recalling as the only Wyoming ride along that they know of in their tenures, I was instantly a yes. So they took me and Mike McCrimmon, my videographer, to the federal facility in Casper, where a semicircle of Homeland Security Investigations special agents and ICE enforcement officers gathered to get their briefing. Some of them learning of the targets pretty much for the first time, who they were going after that day. The most shocking part was when the HSI special agent walked in with a box full of meth and he was like, look at this. And then he gave us a whole presentation about how they nabbed the meth and arrested someone and how they think someone with ties to Mexico is orchestrating those boxes and they're on the lookout for that person.
4 ICE enforcement officers are too few for this region, according to the leader of the Casper agents. More help is on the way, but new recruits face a roughly 18-month training, background check, and preparation process. The agency is expanding its footprint throughout Wyoming in other ways, which includes tentative plans to build a facility in Rock Springs. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Right now, there's a powerful chance to change a life, maybe even save one. The Wyoming Rescue Mission is offering a unique opportunity where every dollar you give is matched, doubled, to bring hope to those in desperate need. But time is running out. They must raise $175,000 by May 31st for our neighbors who need it most. Please go to wyomission.org/donate. Help bring comfort, dignity, and a second chance. That's wyomission.org/donate.
A grizzly bear was captured and killed in Yellowstone National Park this week after becoming too used to human food. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the 11-year-old male grizzly had repeatedly sought out human food, turning over several bear-proof dumpsters and bear-resistant trash cans in several different areas of the park between April 3rd and May 13th.
This bear, according to the National Park Service, had upturned bear-resistant dumpsters near Old Faithful and near the Midway Geyser Basin, and it even knocked over several bear-resistant trash cans, which they have concrete bases specifically to prevent this kind of behavior from happening. And there were multiple incidents between early April and mid-May. So they made the decision that this was going to cause an incident eventually. Somebody was going to run afoul of this grizzly because grizzlies don't like anything getting between them and their food. And when we're talking about a spot like Old Faithful, which is the busiest spot by far in the park, it wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when.
Because the incidents were happening near some of the busiest spots in Yellowstone, the decision was made to euthanize the bear rather than relocate it. This is the first grizzly to be killed within the boundaries of Yellowstone since 2017. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16. Divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed.
It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Friday. Look at that. That's John Baggett, your buddy Baggs. You're going to see him tomorrow, Saturday. He does the weekend.
This is my bumper music? Like Disney on Parade?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. That takes away from my manliness, I think.
All right, we can talk sports if you want. How about those Knickerbockers? Is the Knicks Knicks going to beat the Celtics?
The Nuggets.
Oh, the Nuggets.
Yeah.
They forced a Game 7 against the best team in basketball.
I know.
Wow.
I think they're going to pull it out too. I do. I actually do.
Really?
I'm not surprised. I do. Yeah. I just think that they look good last night, though. I got in late. When I got there, it was tied, the end of the third period, and then they just cranked it up a notch. So, but they're on the road for Game 7. We'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to do it in Oak City, but maybe.
That helps. This helps talking sports after that introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Sugar Plum Fairy, John Baggett. Hey,
we're gonna need
hey.
a tall glass of testosterone over here, please. Yeah, all right.
Yes, sir.
We fixed it
Intravenously.
What's cooking?
Good morning, Jake. How are you, my friend?
I'm tired, but nobody wants to hear complaints.
It's Friday. It's Friday, buddy. And you should have 2 days off, and I'm doing everything I possibly can, technically, to keep from waking you up at 5:50 in the morning when I have my technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Just being transparent here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the guy that keeps me on the air. And when we are closer, we rendezvous somewhere in between Jackson and Sheridan, I'm taking care of business that night.
Actually,
I'm buying.
You're doing that branding. Next week I'm going to be in Buffalo Sheridan.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I'm in Glen Rock. I'll be walking around with a giant syringe inoculating. I used to brand, and I used to wrestle, and I used to ride, and very slowly I got transitioned into, the old guy tours.
Yeah.
And I'm an inoculator.
At least you're not you're not the castrator. You're the
those guys, they're a little disconcerting. Some of them I know very well. I've known my whole life, but they get that look on their face. They walk around with that knife and they're sharpening it as they go.
Oh boy!
And you see them coming, you get the heck out of the way. You don't want to have them flip. You know what I mean?
That's as demasculating as the music. The ball chopping knife or my sound bed for you, one or the other is going to.
It's Disney on Parade with Jake Nichols, Cowboy State Daily.
Well, you're going to be all manly Saturday then? Are you saying?
Oh, yeah. This is a bizarre lineup.
Really?
This Saturday. I'll get off the 6 o'clock hour. I'm going to do my own Memorial Day tribute. Just, you're going to hear some thoughts from your buddy Bags, just because I am uber patriot, and I just have some thoughts. And because I'm off the actual Memorial Day weekend, I didn't want that to slip by. As I've said before, and as you know, I have a son that serves, and I have, in fact, if I turn my computer around, you'd see we have some family heroes that have served and died in war and so forth. So anyway, you'll hear from me. That's how I'll launch the show tomorrow. But then it starts getting interesting. Jen Kocher, our very own reporter, she did a story that caught my eye. It's been a few days now. It was the one on the guys from Thermopolis, Wyoming, that Vietnam veteran Richard Pitt. He ended up being a pilot for Pablo Escobar. Of the cartel. Yes, that Pablo Escobar.
Yeah.
If you haven't read the story, I know you have. If your audience hasn't read the story, they archive on our Cowboy State Daily website. It is archived. Just scroll down a little bit and you will see the story. It blew me away. I mean, I was like, these guys are from Thermop? I mean, come on. But yeah, pilot, running drugs around the world, did their time, paid their dues. And Richard Pitt, who Jen's story was about, is going to be on my show in the 8 o'clock hour live. And Jen and I are going to preview that and talk about her article there in the 6 o'clock hour. So that's going to be interesting. It really is. He's a character.
That's going to be.
He's written a book, and man, it's going to be interesting. So that's the 6 a.m. hour. And then tis the season. They're cranking things up over there in Yellowstone. We've already had a Floridian get gored over there, right? And so I've got coming on. Made it really a point to get somebody on from Yellowstone. So Todd Walton, he's the director of marketing and sales at Yellowstone. And because the season's kicking off, the tourists are starting to show up, and it is tourist tossing season, if you want to call it that. We're going to talk about that and what's new at the park. And, of course, us folks here in Wyoming and in this region, anyway, sometimes we take Yellowstone for granted. And recently, not last winter, but the winter before, my wife and I, for the first time, um, did a week stay
That's nice.
in Yellowstone. And it was, man, I tune in tomorrow. I'm going to tell you how much we enjoyed it. And I'll post up some pictures and stuff because there really isn't anything like it. And there is way less pressure on, with tourists and so forth. You kind of have the place to yourself. Everybody that's there at that time, everybody kind of has a heightened sense of adventure as opposed to your very typical, wearing flip flops and Bermuda shorts tourists. These are people who are prepared for winter in the national park in Yellowstone, and it's amazing. So we're going to talk to Todd, 7 o'clock hour. Then Richard Pitt, as we described, who's had this unbelievable life. He wanted to be a pilot for United Airlines, and he ended up being a pilot for a cartel kingpin. Unreal. But yeah, we'll see how that goes, right? I mean, it's live, and he's a character. I had a great conversation with him on the phone, prepping him to come on with me. And yeah, he is a character. Hard to describe. So
He's like
there's your tease.
Yeah, he's like a movie character. You can't believe the stuff this guy did, but yeah, a drug.
Oh, I mean, like the movies, like what was the one that I was, Scarface, that comes to mind.
Yeah.
But the one that I thought of was the one, remember Tom Cruise? So this was probably 8, 10 years ago now, but it was called American Made.
Yeah.
And Tom Cruise was the part he played was a pilot for a drug runner. Don't think it's associated anything with this situation because I think it was in Asia that he was doing that. But it really reminded me, the story did, of that movie with Tom Cruise called American Made. And then, and do you remember the movie Midnight Express from the late 70s, early 80s? About the guy running drugs into Turkey, and he gets the American ends up in a Turkish prison. Do you remember that?
No.
All right, there's your homework assignment, Jake.
Yeah, I have to check that out.
It's almost a horror movie. If your listeners, anybody knows what I'm talking about, the movie Midnight Express, about an American gets thrown into prison in Turkey in the 70s because he's running drugs. And it's just a nightmare. The whole movie is crazy, but it reminded me of that one too. So that's 8 o'clock hour, and we have 1 hour left. And if there was anybody on our staff that you could get on, and maybe you have, and I just missed it, that you'd want to sit down and just grill for an hour, who would it be?
Well, I'm always fascinated with Claire McFarlane is.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Maybe I should consider that one.
Try Claire. She just had that ride along with ICE. Nobody's ever done that. No media journalist. So that'd be fun.
Well, it's Jimmy Orr. So that
oh,
our boss. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Okay.
J.O. Well, in the old days, J.O. We called him J.O. in the morning. He had a radio show in Cheyenne, and it was a good show. I think we were top rated rock and roll station in that region at the time. And Q98 was the call letters. And that's where Jimmy and I met. And I was doing a show and and we did all the crazy rock and roll radio DJ stuff together. We have some stories. So he's going to come on and talk a little bit about that. But then I'm going to, and I got pictures, by the way, of us. No gray, lots of hair, both of us. Jimmy hasn't changed much. And that's bothering me that he still looks this good all these years later. Because this is 40 years ago that him and I were doing radio
No.
together in Cheyenne. Yeah. And I got pictures of us looking like the 1980s. So there's your tease. Tune in to see that. I don't know if it's going to take away his credibility because he turned into Mr. Credibility right after we were doing this rock and roll stuff in Cheyenne decades ago. He went legit. I went even nuttier FM radio rock and roll in Denver. But anyway, we're going to talk about that, but also the genesis of Cowboy State Daily. You know, he's the one that launched that thing along with some other people. And then we're going to talk about the genesis of Cowboy State Daily Radio, which can involve you and I. You might want to tune in. I mean, he might, reveal some secrets, and you may have to defend yourself. But that's what we're doing in the 9 o'clock hour. And I really want to know from him, and maybe some of our listeners would too, what's next for Cowboy State Daily? Because it sure seems like they're not sitting around. They got stuff lined up for this operation.
I mean, radio syndication is underway. Every day we're trying to pick up more and more radio stations where you're going to hear the show. And I think
right now in 3 markets for sure. And then the big plan is to expand. And this is, traditional broadcast radio. So we'd be streaming, we'll be digital, we'll be satellite, and we'll be the old-fashioned transmitter outside of town with the big old tower broadcasting at the same time.
Yeah.
Much covered.
Won't be satisfied until we're everywhere. I'm jealous you went to Yellowstone in winter. I've been to Yellowstone a lot, but I've always wanted to go in winter. It's my bucket list. Cool.
Well, it was better than, what, don't you love it when your experience exceeds what your expectations were?
Yeah.
And that happened to us. And so we've already started talking about plans for the next one in winter. I think we want to push it towards spring. So we went in the deep, dark winter, like first part of February of 2023. And now we're thinking about maybe pushing it to like March or April when the grizzlies come out of hibernation. So that was the only thing that we didn't see, really, because we did see wolves. That's like, you're super lucky if you get to see wolves. They know how to avoid human beings, that's for sure. But we did. It was at a distance, but my wife had a good camera and a good lens, and we got pictures. I'll pop that up on the screen too. But then just, the experience in there. Remember, Yellowstone National Park is the biggest spot of the lower 48 states in the United States of America. It is the darkest, Alaska has darker places, but nowhere else in the United States of America is it darker at night because we're that far away from any light pollution. And they have excursions where they take you out at night and everybody's got to wear the lamps to get to where you want to go. And then he goes, everybody turn off your lamps. And you're sitting underneath the Milky Way and you feel like you could go like this.
Yeah.
And scoop through the Milky Way so close to the point that it's a little bit spooky. Oh, and then of course you hear off in the distance a wolf howl or a coyote yell.
Yeah.
And it's like chills up and down, dude. That's Yellowstone in wintertime.
Wow.
Awesome. But I mean, I got the itinerary still. So if you decide you want to do that, I got it lined out for you if you need it.
Yeah, I might be up for that. That's pretty cool. All right.
You bet. Well, that's what I got.
Good.
How about you? What's left in the show? What are you going to be yapping about?
For today?
Yeah.
I might have to take a nap on the air. What's the entertainment value of watching me sleep or listening to me sleep?
Yeah, you bet. Well, I tell you, I mean, that's for some of our audience, they're probably, okay, well, he's done talking for a while. I'm joking. I love you. You're beloved.
Well,
loved. Am I gonna get to go out with some Disney music too?
No.
No. How about something manly? How about we, put up some Zeppelin or some AC/DC or
No, I can't play. I can't play music. We're gonna get copyrighted.
Oh, that's right.
We gotta.
I forgot. Well, something similar.
All right.
Yeah, that's way better. Ladies and gentlemen, John Baggett, your buddy Bags, kicking ass and taking names. That's it.
Your buddy Bags. He's gonna be talking to hotshot ace pilot drug runners hauling kilos of coke, man, and
that's not Jimmy Orr.
And that's Jimmy Orr's a separate guest.
It's a different hour.
Oh man, I'm excited.
I'm gonna get in trouble.
Don't miss this show tomorrow. Saturday version of the Cowboy State Daily Show. John Baggett. It'll be on same time.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, man. Have a great show. Your buddy Bags on the Cowboy State Daily weekend version of the show. Don't miss it. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more on this Friday edition of the show after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment. Especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboys State Daily Show with Jake. Looks like I'm in the minority with my opinion on the Starbucks dress code. I thought it was heavy-handed from corporate to tell their employees what to wear, but everybody else says, get over yourself, entitled baristas. Dress uniforms and dress codes are part of the working world. Huh. Yeah, I got the wrong read on that. I don't like the idea of bosses telling you what you can wear, but I do understand that if at some jobs you wear the uniform, the t-shirt, whatever it is. Wendy said when she was the manager of some coffee deal, they all had shirts at Mojo's or wherever she was at. Well, I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to take another viewpoint. Most people I see commenting on the story, Cowboy State Daily story from Jimmy Orr regarding a couple of Starbucks baristas in Cheyenne anyway that are upset over the new dress code. Not a hill to die on. Yeah, that's a good one, Julie. But most people are saying, get over yourselves, baristas. Boo-hoo, your employer expects you to look professional, Christina says. Yeah, I got a misread on that. I just thought it was... I was feeling for the employees. I don't like to be told what color shirt I should be wearing at work. But that's my contrary nature, maybe. We got to do some stuff. First off, let's rodeo. We've been neglecting that. I'm excited to hear Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. Will, it's all yours.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen, fresh off a trip from Redding, California. Today, pro rodeo official Lynn Smith on the program. A unique opportunity to talk to this pro official. He's been to the NFR a number of times. He refereed a lot of high school basketball. We'll talk about how that translates to his current job on the Roadshow coming up next.
Meet your new ally in the battle against weeds. Cohort is a next-level adjuvant designed to strengthen herbicides requiring an AMS. As the ultimate companion for post-emergence applications, Cohort helps herbicides produce faster, more complete weed control while ensuring consistent and effective performance. Trade in your dry AMS bag this season for multiple technologies in one convenient liquid. Contact your local Helena representative or authorized dealer for more information about Cohort. Always read and follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
This branding season, let Western Ranch Supply lend a helping hand with one of our popular cap tables. We carry a full selection from industry leaders like Foremost, Filson, Cow Country, Rupp, and the new hydraulic MJE table. From traditional to hydraulic, these cap tables are tough and durable. Not to mention easy to use for operators and safe for your calves. Stop by our stores in Billings or Great Falls or visit westernranchsupply.com. Western Ranch Supply, your branding headquarters.
I understand you were a great basketball official, and just talk about those days a little bit.
You know, I guess I played all the sports in high school, and I always had like 3 jobs, and officiating was one of them. That was a good way to make some extra money and get to know a lot of people. It took me a lot of places, I guess, and then it's probably one of my bigger steps in when I started officiating rodeos, because all that falls back onto officiating basketball, the way you manage a game and the way you go about your business.
Yeah, I was going to ask you how that equated from being a high school sports official to now becoming a pro official in professional rodeo. That's just about the same foundation, right?
It is exactly the same foundation, because all the things I learned in officiating basketball, it carried on to officiating rodeos, and just the way you done things and how you treated people, and I guess the way you saw things.
One of the best officials in all of professional rodeo, Lynn Smith from Idaho Falls, Idaho. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, we're back. A man with probable Mexican cartel ties admits to dealing meth on Wyoming reservation. A Mexican national admitted to being in the U.S. illegally, crime number 1. Also, probable cartel ties, I would say so, as we learn more here in a minute. Admitted to dealing methamphetamine on Wyoming's Wind River Reservation. It's all part of a plea deal this man entered into district court in Casper yesterday. The man is Oscar Duarte, arrested in Fremont County back in February after law enforcement investigation into drug distribution on the Wind River Reservation pointed right to this guy. Faces a minimum 15 years in prison as part of a deal with the Assistant U.S. Attorney Timothy Gist. Calls for 2 of the 6 charges he was facing to be dropped, but the 4 that he will face will put him in minimum 15 years in prison. Unfortunately, it's going to be the U.S. taxpayer that will foot the bill to give this guy 3 hots and a cot for 15 years. But if you want to be sure that Oscar Duarte is not out there selling meth again, you got to put him in prison rather than export him. If you kick him out of the country, he'll be right back here in no time. So, yeah, that story from Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingback. Duarte was uncovered after a careful investigation, had wads of cash, whole bunch of firearms, and methamphetamine. At one point, I think he had 500 package containing 500 or more grams of meth after he left a home near Kinnear, watched by agents. This happened back on February 6th of this year. Duarte appeared before a judge wearing headphones so a translator could speak to him. He does not speak any English, simply responded "sí," which is yes, of course, in Spanish. "Sí," whenever asked whether he understood what he was pleading guilty to. At one point, the judge asked about firearms that he kept on his person. Duarte admitted that, I did have one with me because I worked on a ranch and I kept it for protection from coyotes. The judge said that Duarte was, quote, always armed with a .45 caliber pistol. Yes, Duarte said, I did have it with me some of the time, but not all of the time. At any rate, 15 years. Sentencing is scheduled for August 7th for Espinoza Duarte and his arrest. Plea deal now. A man with probable Mexican cartel drug ties admits to dealing meth on the Wyoming res on the Wind River Reservation. Looking at 15 years. Story from Dale Killingback of the Cowboy State Daily. ICE made some arrests the other day, and Claire McFarland got to go on a ride along with them. Normally, ICE in their operations are very secretive, and understandably so. A lot of times when they're looking to pick somebody up who's suspected illegal immigrant, illegally in the country, they have to be kind of hush about the operation. They're not going to give anybody advanced warning. And often, even after the situation, ICE isn't the most transparent, but they have a good relationship with Claire McFarland, or Claire has a good relationship with them, vice versa. She was invited to go on what is considered the first ever media ride-along with ICE. Every once in a while, you'll hear about a reporter that gets to go on a ride-along with a sheriff's office or a police department locally. But with a federal agency, Claire took the ICE ride-along the other day when U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement made a bust, picked up a wanted Mexican illegal immigrant who happened to be Royce Mora Fernandez, 36-year-old. They were kind of waiting for him to leave his home in Bar None. They said he was known to get up early and leave his house early in the morning. So ICE was surveilling his place at 4 a.m., actually 10 minutes before 4. So, Claire had to get up early for that ride along. 3:50 in the morning, they're casing the house, the home of Mora Fernandez. It took him an hour, but finally he did leave his home around 5:15 and was picked up without incident. And pretty interesting for Claire to get that ride along. Another interesting thing to come of it, and it's probably why Claire McFarland is friendly with law enforcement and gets invited to things like this in law enforcement, is because it's a chance for ICE to explain what they're doing better and to show you what they're doing by having you come right along with your camera and everything. ICE spokesman told Claire McFarland and said to push back on this media narrative a little bit that ICE is on some kind of indiscriminate rampage. Let's just say this, ICE said, we're not doing sweeps or raids or just looking for people of certain racial and ethnic background. These are targets. This is a targeted operation. We know exactly who we're looking for. And in this case, the exactly was Royce Mora Fernandez, 36-year-old. Pretty cool opportunity for Claire McFarland. In her own words, here's what she shared of what it was like to go along with ICE on this operation.
A semicircle of federal agents and officers met Thursday in a fenced lot before neither the sun nor Casper's signature wind had a chance to rise. It was 10 minutes until 4 a.m., and the 4 U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers based in the central Wyoming town, along with 4 other federal agents, were preparing for a day of watching, waiting, and apprehending illegal aliens. And in the agency's first ever media ride-along in Wyoming, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was there for it all.
I had been discussing doing a ride along with ICE for months because we cover them. They're high interest right now, especially in the Trump administration. Wyoming cares a lot about their operations. And so when I was invited to do what multiple ICE personnel are recalling as the only Wyoming ride along that they know of in their tenures, I was instantly a yes. So I woke up in Casper at 3 a.m. and got in an unmarked federal vehicle at 3:45. They took me and Mike McCrimmon, my videographer, to the federal facility in Casper, where a semicircle of Homeland Security Investigations special agents and ICE enforcement officers gathered to get their briefing. Some of them learning of the targets pretty much for the first time, who they were going after that day. Sheriffs in Wyoming are so cooperative with ICE. It's much more common for ICE officers to pick up illegal immigrants in the secure setting of a jail. But still, 25% of their operations in Wyoming and 95% in Colorado, due to the state's laws, are out on the streets where there's higher risk, there's surveillance, there's routine observations. They had to be mindful of the associates. The most shocking part was when the HSI special agent walked in with a box full of meth, and he was like, look at this. And then he gave us a whole presentation about how they nabbed the meth and arrested someone and how they think someone with ties to Mexico is orchestrating those boxes and they're on the lookout for that person.
4 ICE enforcement officers are too few for this region, according to the leader of the Casper agents. More help is on the way, but new recruits face a roughly 18-month training, background check, and preparation process. The agency is expanding its footprint throughout Wyoming in other ways, which includes tentative plans to build a facility in Rock Springs.
What a unique experience for Clara McFarland, for a journalist to be invited inside an ICE operation. That's pretty neat and really special. Let's take a quick break and we'll return for the home stretch of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Finally Friday.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, May 16th. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Wyoming Community Foundation, who asks you to give back to the place you call home. 5 to Thrive is your opportunity to leave a legacy for generations to come. Support the community nonprofits you care about with a gift through the Wyoming Community Foundation. Visit wycf.org to learn more.
You know, this has been a great hospital for years, and it is just headed downhill. And somebody's got to say something.
Doctors are leaving or have left Cheyenne Regional Medical Center over what they are calling ethical reasons and horrible staffing issues. One cardiac surgeon told Cowboy State Daily's Justin George that there are, quote, unethical things going on, adding that the hospital staff is not telling families the real truth. The president of the Cheyenne Regional Medical Center Board of Trustees, however, said the complaints were made by a vocal minority.
Doctors, nurses, and others were saying that there were all sorts of
problems going on, especially staffing issues, safety lapses, procedural problems. They had said that none of it was being addressed, and that was becoming problematic. One doctor we spoke to said patients weren't being told that complications had sort of stemmed from those issues. Some of those problems were either being held or shielded away from them. And that caused him to leave, actually. There has been a defection of several doctors. The hospital has responded and said that they have full confidence in the CEO, and the Board of Trustees has actually unanimously passed a vote that says so. And they say that the CEO has done a great job putting the hospital on great financial footing, carrying it through the pandemic, and actually increasing quality standards. So that's their response.
Although trustees gave CEO Tim Thornell a unanimous vote of full confidence after interviewing or meeting with current and former hospital employees, the board has acknowledged some of the issues raised and said more attention would be directed toward recruitment and retention of doctors, improving the culture surrounding safety and quality incident reporting, and making sure contractors meet patient care standards. A semicircle of federal agents and officers met Thursday in a fenced lot before neither the sun nor Casper's signature wind had a chance to rise. It was 10 minutes until 4 a.m., and the 4 U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers based in the central Wyoming town, along with 4 other federal agents, were preparing for a day of watching, waiting, and apprehending illegal aliens. And in the agency's first ever media ride-along in Wyoming, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was there for it all.
I had been discussing doing a ride along with ICE for months because we cover them. They're high interest right now, especially in the Trump administration. Wyoming cares a lot about their operations. And so when I was invited to do what multiple ICE personnel are recalling as the only Wyoming ride along that they know of in their tenures, I was instantly a yes. So I woke up in Casper at 3 a.m. and got in an unmarked federal vehicle at 3:45. They took me and Mike McCrimmon, my videographer, to the federal facility in Casper, where a semicircle of Homeland Security Investigations Special Agents and ICE enforcement officers gathered to get their briefing. Some of them learning of the targets pretty much for the first time, who they were going after that day. Sheriffs in Wyoming are so cooperative with ICE. It's much more common for ICE officers to pick up illegal immigrants in the secure setting of a jail. But still, 25% of their operations in Wyoming and 95% in Colorado, due to the state's laws, are out on the streets where there's higher risk, there's surveillance, there's routine observations. They had to be mindful of the associates. The most shocking part was when the HSI special agent walked in with a box full of meth, and he was like, "Look at this." And then he gave us a whole presentation about how they nabbed the meth and arrested someone, and how they think someone with ties to Mexico is orchestrating those boxes, and they're on the lookout for that person.
4 ICE enforcement officers are too few for this region, according to the leader of the Casper agents. More help is on the way, but new recruits face a roughly 18-month training, background check, and preparation process. The agency is expanding its footprint throughout Wyoming in other ways, which includes tentative plans to build a facility in Rock Springs. A serial biter who nearly bit off the finger of a Natrona County Sheriff's Office deputy Tuesday barked like a dog and stuck out his tongue during his initial appearance in Casper Circuit Court on Wednesday. But Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that between his bizarre animal noises and activity via video conference from the Natrona County Detention Facility, 39-year-old Andrew Barrett calmly answered the judge's questions as if nothing was out of the ordinary.
You should have been in the courtroom because it was just crazy. There was a man who appeared on the video screen. He started out by barking like a dog, and then the judge is asking him questions, and he just turns and answers her normally, and then he goes to animal sounds, making noises, pointing his fingers like a gun, swearing. This gentleman is appearing in court because he bit the tip of the ring finger of a deputy as the deputy was trying to help get him into jail. He has a record of this. In 2021, he bit off the index tip of a finger of a Banner Health employee here in Casper.
Barrett is charged with aggravated assault and battery and being a habitual criminal, interference with a police officer, and 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance involving meth and marijuana. The coffee shop mega chain Starbucks is, quote, evolving its dress code to simplified color options, which means black shirt and khaki, black, or blue denim bottoms. And nationwide, the employees, on the whole, are not impressed. Cowboy State Daily's Jimmy Orr filled up on coffee Thursday morning and took the time to visit with Starbucks baristas in just a few of the 8 locations around Cheyenne. Many of the employees are upset over the new corporate dress code, but they're not sure if they'll join a nationwide strike.
The feeling that I got from most of the baristas that I spoke to was, this is silly. And do people really care that I've got a white shirt under this green apron? And why is the corporate office putting all this work into instituting a dress code? Just let us do our jobs. That's the sense that I got from speaking to the baristas. Then there were a couple, Wendy, that said, we're not going to do it anyway.
So far, more than 1,000 baristas across the country have gone on strike. Starbucks Workers United has filed a complaint with the National Labor Relations Board for failing to bargain over the new dress code. But the company says the strike has had a minimal impact on its operation. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
We're going to wrap up the week here on a fairly quiet note weather-wise, as Wyoming will be in between weather systems. We'll still have a bit of a breeze, but the sun will be out in many areas with just a few afternoon showers, mainly over the far west mountains. Otherwise, shower activity today at a minimum. As we get into the weekend, very spring-like. Temperatures will warm up a little, not a lot. Most of the state will see 50s and 60s Saturday and the Sunday. We're going to reintroduce the chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday afternoon and evening will be found scattered about the state, kind of hit and miss. Then on Sunday, we're going to see a higher probability of showers and thunderstorms, especially in the west and the south, as another Pacific wave comes through. And we could even see some strong thunderstorms over eastern areas of Wyoming Sunday afternoon and evening. That will then go into Monday and Tuesday, keeping the weather cool and unsettled across the state, with more shower and thunderstorm activity and some high elevation snowfall possible as we get into Monday and Tuesday of next week. And that means next week we'll be off to a cool, unsettled start.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
They want to know if we received a relay call before?
Yes, go ahead.
We need to have a party catered. When you receive a relay call, someone who is deaf, hard of hearing, deafblind, or has a speech disability is calling you. It could be the most important call of the day.
Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray says an attempt by a retired lawyer to have him removed from office is outrageous, without merit, and, quote, the radical left's attempt to weaponize the judicial process. Tim Newcomb, the Laramie Democrat who is suing to have Gray ousted under the 14th Amendment, claims Gray's continued support of President Donald Trump and his insistence that the 2020 election was rigged means he supports insurrection. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson has more on this story.
He is petitioning the court to kick Gray out of office under the 14th Amendment, saying that Gray is an insurrectionist. And he is an insurrectionist through his support of Donald Trump's claims about the 2020 election. Chuck Gray, of course, says that's a bunch of hogwash. Chuck Gray's term is it's a radical left trying to derail conservatives who are making progress, doing the right thing, and that this lawyer, Tim Newcomb, is just trying to derail that. And he says there should be some accountability for people who, his terms, weaponize the courts for political reasons.
Newcomb called Gray a bully who has targeted him before when he unsuccessfully challenged Trump's eligibility to be on the Wyoming ballot. Gray said he intends to file a motion to dismiss the complaint, saying Newcomb was wrong to try and keep Trump off the 2024 Wyoming ballot. Well, as a pair of controversial Wyoming wind and solar projects continue to move through the state approval process, the company behind it all said it's bringing more than $1.7 billion in private investments to the state. However, at the same time, opponents are planning field trips to proposed project sites intent at halting them. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Focus Clean Energy plans to combine water, captured carbon dioxide, and a lot of electricity to produce hydrogen jet fuel.
Air travel in the future could be powered by hydrogen fuel made in Wyoming, specifically in Converse and Niobrara counties. There have been 2 wind and solar projects that have been in the works for a number of years. Back in April, the State Land Board approved leasing some of the land those projects need to these developers out of Colorado. The idea is that they will use the energy generated by wind and solar to create hydrogen fuel. Well, it's caused a rift in the Republican Party in Wyoming. There's 2 camps as far as I can tell. There's one that's still clinging and promoting to all fossil fuels and doesn't want to compete with renewables, perhaps. That's one point of view. Another is that, hey, this is a great business. Wyoming is open for business. And that's what 4 of the 5 land board members seemingly were saying with their vote, was that we're going to allow this to proceed on the merits and continue through the regulatory process.
The president of Focus Clean Energy and the man steering potentially billions in capital toward Converse and Niobrara counties sees a future when green hydrogen jet fuel created using wind and solar power will thrive as one of Wyoming's many energy exports. And a grizzly bear was captured and killed in Yellowstone National Park this week after becoming too used to human food. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the 11-year-old male grizzly had repeatedly sought out human food, turning over several bear-proof dumpsters and bear-resistant trash cans in several different areas of the park between April 3rd and May 13th.
This bear, according to the National Park Service, had upturned bear-resistant dumpsters near Old Faithful and near the Midway Geyser Basin, and it even knocked over several bear-resistant trash cans, which they have concrete bases specifically to prevent this kind of behavior from happening. And there were multiple incidents between early April and mid-May, so they made the decision that this was going to cause an incident eventually. Somebody was going to run afoul of this grizzly because grizzlies don't like anything getting between them and their food. And when we're talking about a spot like Old Faithful, which is the busiest spot by far in the park, it wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when.
Because the incidents were happening near some of the busiest spots in Yellowstone, the decision was made to euthanize the bear rather than relocate it. This is the first grizzly to be killed within the boundaries of Yellowstone since 2017. And that's today's news. For a deeper dive into the people and issues that affect Wyoming, check out The Roundup, conversations with the most interesting people in the Cowboy State. This week, my guest is Cowboy State Daily Outdoors reporter Mark Hines. You can find the link on our website, on our YouTube channel, and wherever you get your podcasts. And of course, you'll find it in our free daily email newsletter. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, thank you, Wendy. Excited to hear Mark Hines. Learn more about Mark Hines during the podcast, The Roundup with Wendy Corr. That should be super informative and interesting. So we recapped it today, a Friday. We covered a lot. Doctors are leaving Cheyenne Regional. They say the hospital is unethical and horrible. Claire McFarland goes on an ice ride-along. That's never been done. And our special guest, boy, big thanks to Kathleen Troy for being on the show and teaching us how to make a better dog out of our dog. And it was pretty cool to talk to Pastor Nancy Frecka and her experiences in her latest book. We'll see you again on Monday. Everybody have a great weekend.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.